Alrighty, I believe that we are live. Alright, hello. I hope we're live. I hope everyone can hear me. Hoping so. Pardon me, I will just be right back. But yeah, I'm ready to play some MW2, man. I'm really excited for the stream tonight. Got a big one planned. Alrighty. Cool. Well, I'm looking forward to jumping into it. Let me know if the volume is alright, but hoping it sounds good. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to jumping in some TDM and yeah, see what games we can find. Sweet. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, man, it's a good week at work and yeah, overall good week. Good week and oh, what's up, man? Yeah, thanks, man. I'm trying to work on these vids, man. You've been a big inspiration to me, man. Why learn? That's fucking awesome. You're in here, man. Dude, it's honestly the biggest blessing ever. Jeez, I could give you a freaking whole 50-minute video on advice. I'll show you. Hello. There we go. I would say, first of all, let me know if the audio sounds all good too, but I would say for me, the biggest thing I realized is that, like, genuinely the person that you pick in life is the most important. Like, I wouldn't want anyone else to be the mom to my daughter, right? And I realized, like, when shit goes bad, like, you want someone who's there for you, and someone who you can go through thick and thin with. And the biggest thing is, like, right before we actually had our daughter, I had unfortunately put my dog down, and so we always kind of have this frame of reference. And my dog was actually, like, she was only 5, like, she was pretty young, and she died from cancer. It was, like, really quick. And the thing that we always tell ourselves is that, like, hey, if no one died today, like, best day ever, right? Because, like, you're gonna have nights where you are, man, you're not gonna get a lot of sleep, you're gonna be bickering, you're gonna be fighting, like, things are not gonna be pretty. And that's why it's so important, the person that you choose. And I think the gratitude that you have, that as long as you have a healthy baby, and as long as you guys are committed to each other, like that's the biggest thing. And so what's funny is, like, I think the most important thing I learned about fatherhood isn't even necessarily being a father. It's like sharing a child with someone is more so the more important thing that I think I've learned. Because it feels like, because she's a baby, right? It's like, I'm sure there's a lot that I'm going to learn later, but it doesn't really feel like I have to be, a father so much as I have to be a good partner. Because for me, like, the first few months, I'm pretty useless. Like, I'm pretty freaking useless, man. My wife wants to breastfeed, and, like, I don't have breasts, so unfortunately I can't do a whole lot. I can't sit here and I can't breastfeed. She just kind of has that maternal magic touch, and so a lot of it's just caring for her, making sure she's okay, and of course making sure my daughter's okay. I mean, that's the goal, right? But dude, is this a fucking bot lobby, bro? That's cool. Nice Harrier. I have no idea where they're spawning. Yeah, man, congrats to you too, man. That's awesome. It's crazy, actually. Someone from my work right now is having a kiddo as well. Actually, two people. One guy in my group, and then one guy in another group, and I work at an engineering place, and a lot of big things are happening. Actually, the unfortunate thing was one of my buddies that I work with, that like a couple months ago, his kiddo actually in the womb, unfortunately had like a defect, and like wasn't going to survive the pregnancy, and so he's really happy to to have a kiddo now on the way, and I think they're enough along where nothing's they would have saw something by now, like on the scans and stuff and on the ultrasound. So I'm glad. I think their kiddo's going to be healthy and all that. Yeah, it's crazy though. Thanks, man. Thanks for talking about my dog. I appreciate that. It sucks, man. Losing pets it's so rough, and I used to always be the type of person who, like, if I went to parties or went to someone's house, I'd always like love dogs and like always just hang out with the dog more than I feel like I would the people. But I feel like when I've had my daughter, like it's made me realize, like, oh no, I actually do love people, and I love her a lot. It's kind of been a whole mindset shift. But yeah, like being a father, I don't know. I think that like it's one of those things where I'm learning that you kind of just figure it out, right? Like the sleepless nights, you figure out. The biggest thing is supporting your partner, and yeah, I mean that is like the biggest thing. Thankfully with my wife, like she didn't really have postpartum, but like, man, there's a crazy story, by the way, that's popping off right now with the girl who was postpartum and like killed her kids. Obviously, that's probably not going to happen, right? But in terms of in terms of just having that recovery, like her body is still almost recovering. It's been like 3 months, and she's still recovering a little bit. So I think that's a big thing, doing stuff around the house and supporting her the best you can. But I think that's the biggest thing I've taken away. I want to make a video about it actually too, like what things you have to hit with fatherhood as well. Like, what financial goals you should have, what goals in your relationship. Like, you should be in a relationship with someone before you have kids. Ideally, you should have gone through conflicts with them, like gone through fights, gone through periods of long distance, like gone through hard things. Because having a kid, there's nothing more difficult than having a baby and living with someone in the same house, being sleepless, having a baby screaming all the time, and having to figure out how we're not going to kill each other and we're going to take care of this baby. It's really cool too to watch the like progress too. Like she's so different now at 3 months than she was at like 3 weeks and at 3 days, and it's just really cool to watch like her face start to develop. She's smiling a lot more now. The one thing I will say is like past 3 or 4 p.m. it's called the witching hour. Like truly, it is the witching hour. It is awful. That is when it gets bad. Once she gets down, she's actually okay, right? Once she gets down to sleep, she hasn't ever really had a problem sleeping. Maybe we're lucky, but she'll sleep 3-4 hours and then get fed, get changed, and then she'll pretty much go right back to bed. Especially once she got to 3 or 4 weeks old. But 4 or 5 p.m. like, man, she starts to get cranky, starts to get tired, and it's just rough. I'm hoping this ends up mellowing out a little bit, but I'm not so sure. Oh, how did I not hit that guy? Something I wanted to mention to you too, actually, like I didn't even know how to ask this, but like obviously huge inspiration to me, right, and a lot of other people. I had my thumbnails for these live streams, and I like legitimately wanted to reach out to you and say this, but like obviously they're similar to the ones you did. I saw the ones that you did, the ones that BizPath did, and I obviously don't, like, if you want me to change them, like I will, right? Because I don't want to sit there and have it look like, I mean, of course I'm inspired, right? But I don't want to have it look like it's a ripoff. I just figured, talking about life is kind of a basic thing to say. but it's nice and open-ended, right? And that's what I liked about it. It's so open-ended, and like I said, I'm changing my titles now a little bit to have specific topics. Like I have kind of a whole segment planned in this stream where I'm going to talk about, you know, the U.S. debt problem and a bunch of things like that. But the talking about life part, the thumbnails, I just made a bunch of them, and so I kind of just kept them. But I realized in hindsight, I'm like, oh, these actually might be a little bit too similar. Like, I know BizPath kind of did the same thing, but I know you guys are buddies, so I don't want to sit here and, you know, I get it if you're like cool with him doing it, not me, but you just let me know, man. And I can totally change it and all that, but. Oh, and I'm sorry to hear about that too. You said lost a family pet last year. I'm sorry to hear about that. I missed that part. I was so concerned about giving you father advice that I missed that. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. It is rough, and it's weird because with her, like, you know, I had a video and I kind of updated people about it on my channel, but with her, it's like the way it ended was really bad because we never really got to say goodbye. Like, they kind of just sedated her, and like, I don't know, I think we were just too tired in the moment. It was a rough few weeks, and you know, they took her back, and like I said, we didn't really see her again. She came back super sedated, and it just, man, it sucked. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for heading in. Thanks for checking the stream out, man. And yeah, I wish you luck, man, on the family. Pop in anytime. I'll be sure to keep checking your videos out, man, and giving you support. It's pretty cool to see what you've done, man. Inspired a ton of people. Thanks for your blessing, by the way, on the thumbnail. I appreciate it, man. Have a good one. What are these guys doing? Wow, that's awesome, man. Why learn coming in? Hell yeah. That's cool. I'm like, oh, kind of a fanboy moment, man. Definitely the guy who inspired me to start my channel. I know he inspired a ton of other people too, but that's fucking awesome, man. That is awesome. Definitely check. I'm sure if you're watching this channel, I'm sure you know who I Learn is, but definitely go check out his channel. It'd be cool one day to do a commentary with him. I remember he used to do those when he first started. Those were super sick. He used to do them with BizPath and Loaded Buggy. I think he did it with Once Faded as well. You know, Once Faded is a guy. That is another guy who if you follow this channel, you probably know who Once Faded is. But man, that guy has like the most viral video of anyone. I just am sad he doesn't make content anymore. Well, I mean, he makes content. He just doesn't make long form videos anymore. I feel like he would do so good at it. I feel like so many people love, you know, the accent. First of all, I feel like so many big content creators are British or Australian. What the fuck? All right. That was embarrassing. But yeah, I feel like so many people love listening to the accent and really do like. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I like his content a lot, man. I'm kind of sad he doesn't upload too much anymore. It's unfortunate. Hope he comes back. That'd be freaking awesome, man. Oh, welp. Yes, we got a nice stream planned. I want to talk about the U.S. debt problem. Just hit $40 trillion. Like, if you have money invested, man, if you are someone in their 20s, like, that should worry you a lot. Because what are they going to do? They're going to print money. They're going to print their way to paying off the debt. And they're going to inflate the debt away. And you got to have assets, man. You got to have margin, or else you're just going to get crushed. So I definitely want to talk about that. Wow, we're actually not winning this game by that much. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. I had painkiller. Nope, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so here we got U.S. debt time bomb. Kind of want to talk about that. I want to talk about AI as well. Man, I watched I listened to a podcast today from Diary of a CEO, and man, it was crazy. Thinking about AI, thinking about how different the economy and the job market's going to look in the next decade, next few years. And then also want to talk about 25 rules for life, because I turned 25 actually next Tuesday. So what, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so 4 days. So I'm really excited about that. Turning 25. So I want to go over sort of my 25 best rules, best sort of pieces of advice that I've learned in my life. I want to talk about it on this stream, talk about it a little bit. I think I'm going to stream actually for my birthday on Tuesday. But talk about some of the topics, some of the best pieces of advice I've learned, and and go through that. So I'm really excited about that. It's kind of the full stream I have. I think I was going to maybe do a tier list or two, maybe play some zombies in here. Zombies is a little bit more chill, so thinking about that. But yeah. Let me be right back. Let me know if the audio sounds good, if you can hear the stuff outside or what, or my button clicking, but hopefully not. I will be right back. Yo, my boy Neon, bro, what's going on, man? What's the council, bro? You keep commenting that on my videos, man. Or I guess on the one video. But what's the council? It's good to see you again, man. How you been? Oh, geez, what do I use here? Maybe the Barrett? Let me know if the audio sounds good, Neon, man. Oh my gosh. I've been kind of fluctuating. What you mean, man? You mean the audio's been fluctuating, kinda? Or what's been fluctuating? You been depressed or happy? What's going on, man? Sorry to hear that, man. More happy days hopefully ahead. That is unfortunate. Bro, I hate people in this game so much. Thanks for saying the audio sounds good, by the way, man. What? No. Yo, what's going on? A new cat, bro. What's the name? I wish you could send pictures on YouTube chat. I don't think you can, though. That's sick, man. I have a couple cats myself. I should post pictures of them or something. Oh, man. See, these guys are sweats, bro. See, I just had such a good run with that sniper. I almost had a Harrier, bro. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God. What are these guys doing? I feel like I literally have to use cold-blooded because there's so many damn UAVs in this game. See what I mean? Like, these guys literally don't know where the fuck I'm at because they only rely on their UAV. TCM owns all these old black and white films. Brother. Wow. What the hell was that guy doing? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wow. Wait, what do you mean, man? So, you said that... What is join the council? What the fuck is that? I'm glad you got a new cat, though, man. That's awesome. Cat's pretty cool. Hello? What the fuck is going on? No, that is very cool, man. Having cat, that's sick. And, PCM owns all these films, like black and white films. Bro, are you sure you were a middle schooler? Oh, look at that. Look at that finish right there. On TMC, bro. What you talking about, man? I wish I had the knowledge you had, man, because I TM2 or TCM. Let me look this up. TCM. Oh wow, yeah. Turner Classic Movies. I have never seen that before. Yo, speaking of my mom, man, yeah, finally, oh my god, Terminal, you know what, I'm fine playing Terminal again, but, I don't know, I kind of want to sit here and switch up. I hate this game sometimes because stopping power is like the only perk you can use in perk slot 2, but, unfortunately, like, I'd like to use Cold-Blooded. Cold-Blooded would be an amazing perk to use, but I can't use it. So, I could do RPG with the Vector. That could be true. That could be kind of a fun thing to use. I think that's better in Domination, personally, but yeah, I don't know. The council, you ask? Yeah, man. What about the council?
Team deathmatch.
Bum.
Lead the way.
Bro, how am I getting hit markers, man? King Chris, you'll see. The council, huh? Making you and 9 million other people? Damn, bro. Alright, man, you'll have to let me know. What the fuck, dude? Bro, look at all these noob tubes. We're still making the resistance? Yeah, bro. I'm not even making the resistance. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, so I was going to talk about... Whoa, what the hell? I was going to talk about this a little bit, but yeah, man, speaking of moms, bro, my mom's finally moved back into her place. She got evicted a little bit ago because of a renovation, man. It was super annoying, like... she ended up getting evicted because she's been in the place for literally like 20 years, man. And honestly, I wish she would have bought a house, obviously, but, she didn't. That's alright. Shit happens. But... Man, oh my god, this guy's care package landed on top. That is unfortunate. Wow. Very unfortunate. Yeah, she's lived in the same place for a long time, and she finally got moved back into it. They did a rent eviction, so they basically said, hey, we're gonna evict you, but you can come back after if you'd like. Hello? Okay, thank you. And she ended up doing that, and I really hope she actually doesn't be relying on this place, just because they did show they can, they would displace her, but yeah, I'm just happy she's back somewhere familiar, and it's almost like her little house, she's been there for so long that, wow, I'm not even sure how that didn't hit. But yeah, I'm just super happy that she's back and got her all moved in. Got to unbox a bunch of stuff still, but I feel like I'm playing like bots or something. Yeah, we still gotta unbox a bunch of stuff, but did that. And like I said, turn 25 next week, so that's gonna be super sick. I'm Unk status now. I mean, I've been Unk status, I guess, but these guys actually play so aggressive. Like, look at this. I honestly should try to just snipe. Are you fucking kidding me? There we go. Here's the thing, is that like, I'm gonna get shot by this Harriers because I have to use stopping power. Damn it, dude. Have to use stopping power. It's fucking terrible. This guy's a chopper gun. This guy's about to nuke us right now. Let's stay comfortably in here. Fuck. Alright, I'm just gonna switch classes. Going to switch classes, and then I'm going to do this. This guy's gonna nuke us. If we do not do that, he still might nuke us, to be honest with you, which is unfortunate. What is this guy's name? Edgeless Sign. Oh, there he is right there. Son of a bitch. Okay, he's going in the plane. Oh, okay, he's dead. What's up, man? Back again? Oh, man, yeah. Kind of crazy, man. My freaking daughter is almost 3 months old, man. She's almost 3 months old. I'm almost 25 years old. It's crazy. I think she's actually going to turn 3 months the day after I turn 25. Kind of crazy to think that when she's my age, yeah, where you call me an unk, when she's my age, I'll be 50. That's unk, bro. You can't call me unk at 25. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. You got any siblings, man? Can't remember if we talked about that before. My English teacher thinks she's a gangster. Why, bro? Why does she think she's a gangster? Oh. Yeah. Oh, nice, man. That's cool. I have 3 sisters. I have a lot of sisters. I have no brothers, 3 sisters. I'm going to see if there's a domination lobby. I feel like domination's the way to go in this game. Oh, nice. Yeah, and actually, the thing that, you know, it excites me, but it also kind of bums me out is in a few weeks, I'm actually probably going to go to China for my work. So I'm probably going to sit here and be gone for, geez, I don't know. Probably be gone for like a couple weeks, I think, 2 weeks. So I'm going to have to prepare some videos. I'd prepare some videos and I'll have to miss stream for probably 1 week. I know, dude, it's China, bro. I'm going to be in like the middle of like, nowhere China. It's going to be like a random city of like 5 million people who, yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot to do there, I don't think, but I'm excited. See, I think I would leave sometime, probably like around the 5th or the 6th of September, and then I'd probably get back by like the 18th, so probably be like 2 weeks. And so I'll probably miss stream that week on Friday, but I should be able to stream when I come back. And I'm hopeful to have a video out. I'm hopeful to... It's kind of sketchy the way that you have to do stuff there. You kind of have to like get a VPN if you want to sit there and even go on YouTube. So to upload to YouTube, do all this stuff, I'm going to have to get a VPN and edit on my laptop. So it's going to be kind of tricky. I don't know how exactly I'm going to do it, but I'm gonna hope to get that set up. Damn, no ground war, huh? What'd you say? You said she taught someone and that same person something to themselves? They did what to themselves? Ooh, this is one of my favorite maps for this strategy. You get it. IDK if I could say it. Oh, I see. What? How did the hell did that guy kill me? Bro, that guy lunged so far. But yeah, man, I got an exciting stream today. Yeah, so those are kind of my life updates. Like I said, my mom got and moved into her house, which is sick. My daughter's turning 3 months old here in a couple days. I'm turning 25. My mom's turning 45, actually. Her and I, funny enough, we have the exact same birthday as well. She had me on her 20th birthday. She's going to be 45. It's kind of wild when I say that. I'm like, oh yeah, my mom's only 45. Like, I will go out places and people will literally think that, like, we are dating. And when I'm with my daughter, that's our daughter. I'm like, bro, what? What are y'all talking about? She looks pretty young. I feel like a lot of this game, I feel like I could literally just camp. I feel like I could literally just camp right here and get a nuke. Put attack insert down here, camp, and let's see. I know, you keep saying anyways, bro. Oh, okay, that guy's knifing too. Okay, that... Oh my gosh. See, look at this shit, bro. This guy keeps knifing me, man. Okay, domination is definitely the way to go to get a nuke. I don't even know if it's worth playing TDM. Yeah, Neon, bro. I don't know if you're into this, Neon, but have you heard about the U.S. debt, man? I had some segments planned for my stream, and have you heard about the U.S. debt hitting $40 trillion, man? It's insane, man. The United States is $40 trillion in debt. It is an absolutely insane number. I was reading something about this, and when Trump first took office in 2017, the debt was 19 trillion. It's doubled. It is literally doubled in 9 years. Right? Under a decade. And you know what's crazy about this? That is so much money that every single person, that is enough money for every single person in the U.S. to have $117,000. $297,000 per household. Right, almost 300 grand per household. Just absolutely insane, man. Just kind of insane what they've done. So much debt, man. It's so much money. Where shall I put this? I will put it over here. Alright, let's see my AC-130. I actually wish I would have put chopper gunner on, but... Teammates need to do a little bit of a better job. I actually don't even know how many kills I have. I told you though, dude. All I need to do is camp for this. Again, I don't have the nuke yet, but the thing is that I'm close to it. Hey, what's up, Realistic? You know, dude, it's so crazy, Realistic. Why Learn joined up earlier, man. That was nuts. He was literally one of the first freaking viewers, man. Jumped in, asked me about some fatherhood stuff. I was so surprised to see him. I was like, why Learn, bro? Like, what the fuck? Dude who inspired me to make this channel. Joining my streams. That's really unfortunate that I died off that. But you know what? I need to have my kill streaks do more of the work. I should have had chopper gunner on. Whoa. Holy shit, bro. Lag. What the hell? I did not know you could get up here. All my years of playing this game. What the fuck is this guy doing? Yeah, man, that was sick. Yeah, why Learn was coming. How you been, Realistic? You know, I've been meaning to catch up on your videos, man. I've been meaning to... I saw one the other day, and I meant to click on it, but, yeah, man, you've been fucking grinding, bro. Remember you said you were inspired that one day and literally came out with... Or you, like, literally recorded, like, videos for, like, a week and a half, 2 weeks. That is nuts, man. He blocked my tactical insert, huh? Yeah, man, I was super surprised you joined. Yeah, because... I think he maybe saw my channel because... Well, he's watched one of my videos. I joined his live a while ago. And he said, "Oh yeah, man, I've seen one of your videos." And I was like, "Oh hell yeah, you know, like that's cool. It's cool. I'm being noticed by him." But yeah, I made a video about fatherhood and all that stuff. And like I said, you know, he's becoming a father. So I think that's why maybe he's connected a little bit more, because same kind of niche and becoming fathers around the same time. It's pretty cool. So what the hell, bro? But yeah, man, a video a day for like 15 days, dude, that's insane, man. I that is just nuts. For me too, like a thing that I have trouble with is like getting the description and getting the title right and the thumbnail right. Like those are decisions that sometimes I dwell on like way too much. But I'm just glad that you can freaking just decide and just go for it. Sometimes I just like I literally am just like, I could have just like uploaded this video and I could have just gotten feedback of whether the title or thumbnail sucked, but I just paused on it too much, man. I don't know. It's an annoying flaw that I have. What the fuck? Bro, these guys are just hanging out, man. I'm actually having a really good game. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I want to try to do a stream every single week. I was just mentioning to Neon that I'm actually probably going to China for work, so I probably won't be able to stream here. And not this week. I'm not going this week or next week, but the week after. It's probably I'm going to miss a stream. I think it's the first week of September. Which is kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. Gotta work, right? Oh, man. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a video about the U.S. debt time bomb. So, oh, wow. Sorry. Talk about how the U.S. just hit 40 trillion in debt and how what that means for people, what that means for investing, what that means for the economy. It's honestly so crazy. I watched just an insane video today about it. I mean, like, I don't want to go full doomer, but like, man, it is gonna be rough. And I want to talk a little bit about wow, look at this lunge. What? Oh my god, that dude fucking teleported. Okay, yes, okay. You're Canadian. You know what? I thought, I work with someone who is from Wisconsin. And I feel like people from the upper Midwest of the United States, they kind of sound a little bit Canadian. Like, Learn kind of has that too. Where he sounds a little bit Canadian. Because I listened to your videos and I was like, yeah, I think this guy's from the Midwest. But that makes sense, you're Canadian. What part of Canada are you from? Oh, man. Bro, this guy just drop shots every fucking time. Yeah, Canada, I know they got their own problems. I know you still kind of have the problems with money printing, like we do. I know the money supply has been crazy, but I know with you guys, it's your energy, man. Basically being, I mean, look, I know politics are crazy, but like, man, the like government just completely went against, energy. And I get it, it creates pollution and it may not be the cleanest, but like, I feel like Europe and I feel like Canada have just like completely stagnated their economies at the, in the name of combating climate change, which I think is like, look, like that could be a big issue, right? And I don't want to get too political. Like we could talk about that as a society, but like, man, to like completely nuke your economy, like, and I don't know if that's exactly happening in Canada, but I know in like the UK and other places in Europe, I know it's definitely not been good these last few years. Oh, man. I'm glad to live in the U.S., but the U.S. is having the same issue, like, man, with 40 trillion in debt. Like, that's why I want to make a video on it so badly, because, like, dude, assets are going to be so weird over these next few years. I was even looking at Bitcoin, and Bitcoin literally went from, like, 63,000 all the way to, I think it's almost at 80,000 now. In a day. Yeah, it's nuts, dude. In a day. Yeah, it went 5 day. It went from 63,000 5 days ago to now being at 77,000. Like, I feel like Bitcoin is something I want to even make a video about. Like, it is just insane how much money they're going to print and how much the dollar is going to become devalued. And obviously, I know you guys use probably the Canadian dollar, right? CAD, but same shit, man. It's going to have huge effects. I would very much like to get a nuke. This is definitely an AC-130 map. You know, that's really unfortunate. Bro, 2 hit markers? Oh my goodness. I have stopping power on as well. This is actually a really good map to get a nuke with a sniper, I think. A live stream nuke, huh? I just despise noob tubes on this game. Sometimes, there are times in this game where I play and I'm like, wow, this game is so fun. And then there's other times and I'm just like, oh my god, what am I fucking doing? It almost feels like there's no in between as well. Oh my gosh. Of course, I look away and then that guy kills me. Brother, look at this guy. This guy's good. What the fuck? That's weird. Just the way he did that was odd, but... Thank you for giving me a kill, finally. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I was telling Neon that, like... I don't even know if Neon's still in here, but I was talking and I was like, dude, the debt in the US is so bad. Like, you could literally, the amount of debt that we have, it is $40 trillion. It's $300,000 per household. Like, that is an insane amount. Right? I think it's $117,000 per person. And it's doubled in the past 10 years, by the way. Like, it is went from 20 to 40 trillion in 9 years. Under a decade. Could you imagine if it went to 80 by 2035? Like, that's fucking nuts. What the hell? How did I get killed right here? Okay, this guy's like kind of sus, bro. No, not really. That was a good shot. Yeah, I think that's going to be my next video about the US debt bomb and talking about... I just saw a freaking stat, man, that the US put $400 billion, right, in their deficit in literally the last quarter, in the last 3 months. They sat here and they added $400 billion. That's like that's bigger than the GDP of like almost every country in the world. That they added to the deficit. It's so crazy, dude. Oh my gosh. I'm just so worried for my kids and their future and like they're just the future of the US. Like, it is just, it's so bad. Okay, that makes sense, right? Yeah, okay. You know what? It's actually insane how many... Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, that didn't destroy my attack, huh? It actually is crazy how many, like, big cities are over there. Like Toronto and Detroit and New York and Philadelphia. Like, they're all in that, like, Great Lakes area. It's kind of insane. I'm all the way on the West Coast. So I definitely do not sound like I'm from the Midwest. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think a lot of people in this niche too. There's a guy, Zen Money, who I've kind of watched a couple of videos of, and he actually sounds like he's from that region as well. What is with that region, man? In creating these commentary videos, I'm thinking, why learn Zen and you, bro? Like, how did I not hit that? It's actually like a good amount of people. Ooh, that would have been good. Yeah, no, dude, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, I sit there and I like, literally, dude, I'm getting final stand kills right now. These guys are probably so pissed. Yeah, no, that's true. I've heard Toronto's a big ass city. Oh my, damn. But yeah, dude, we have a lot of mountains over here. It's pretty cool. Like, sometimes I'm driving down the street and it's like I take it for granted sometimes, because I look and I'm like, oh wow, like we do have a shit ton of mountains. And especially where I live. I'm like on the very, very west coast. Yeah, no, it's pretty awesome over here. I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. It's also, the nice thing too is that like the weather is so chill here. Like we don't get a lot of snow. Like, it is unfortunate that we don't get a lot of winter weather. But it is one of those things where, you know, like if it gets below like 40 degrees, it just won't rain. So you typically never have to deal with ice. You typically never have to deal with snow. And then if it's above like 60, it typically never rains either. So it only rains when it's like 40 to 60 degrees. So you never have hot and humid days. You never have, you don't have a lot of rain. And only days you do, it's like, again, it's like a moderate amount, right? We get like 10 inches of rain a month on some of our wettest months. And it's kind of crazy, man. It's on the East Coast, man. They got that in like a couple days. There's been huge storms this year. You know, I did not know it was so flat in Toronto. I knew the Midwest was pretty flat. I guess that makes sense, though. Not that Toronto's necessarily in the Midwest, but it's just right above it. Or I guess north. I guess that doesn't really make sense saying it's above, right? But yeah, man, I'm always sometime I should sit there and we should play games together or something. I don't know if you ever stream, but I should start adding some of the people who make content in this space, like on Xbox, and playing some games with them or getting their Discords. And wow, Scrambler is actually so bad. I didn't even know there was someone there until I saw that, but oh wow. That guy just died? What the hell happened? Oh my god. Yeah, bro. No, BO2 is so good. Like, sometimes when I'm playing this game, I'm like, why am I not playing BO2? Oh wait, you play on PlayStation there, right? Man, that was really unfortunate. Because I'm on Xbox. Yeah, it's early for me. It's early for me. I don't even know what the exact time is, but let's see what time. 8:51. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even care. I live in Oregon. Yeah, PS5, damn. I mean, if PC games, I could... Oh my gosh, no way, bro. No way this guy sniped me. Yeah, Oregon's a cool state, but, like... It's okay. It's big enough where I'm confident that, like, it's all good to say that, but... Dude... Fucking painkiller, bro. I'm just trying to get a nuke, bro. Yeah, I wish I had PlayStation, man. I committed to Xbox so long ago that, like... I just I guess to be fair, I could play the new ports. That's what I'm really jealous about, is that you guys have the ports. I have no idea why they didn't port those to Xbox. You ruined my nuke, bro. This fucking guy. Sink affliction. Affliction. Sink affliction. You ruined my night. That could have been a nuke. Dude, it definitely was. Yeah, the 360 was definitely, in my opinion, better than the... I definitely think the 360 is better than the PlayStation, which is crazy to say because the PlayStation 3 had free online. Like, that's kind of crazy how much better the Xbox was. And I think the biggest thing that Xbox had was party chat. Like, if I remember correctly, I don't think PlayStation had party chat. And I also just don't think the user interface was as nice. On the menu and shit? Like, I don't even... The problem is I didn't play a lot of PlayStation. But I remember playing it a little bit. I remember just having Xbox be, like, way better. It is kind of crazy they didn't have crossplay. Like, wow, I only was 15 and 17. That felt like a way better game. Oh shit, sorry. This guy's been... I haven't even had my headset on. Whoops. Yeah, I feel like AC-130 definitely on Wasteland. I actually could probably get a nuke here if I... probably Harrier. Almost feel like the attack helicopter might be better, but maybe even actually... You know what? It might be Predator missile. Get to 5 and then try to get like 2 or 3 with my Predator and then get a couple more kills. Yeah, you know, I'd be really interested in learning more about Canada's economy, though. Because the U.S. economy is just completely screwed. I mean, what's hard about the U.S. economy is we're still very productive, right? So, like, the thing with UK, I don't know about Canada so much, but I know the UK and Western Europe, a lot of what they've done is again, they've cut their industries because of climate change and because of not wanting to pollute, which, okay, whatever. But what it's done is it's completely stagnated them since the great financial crisis. And with the US, I think the reason why we can get away with it is because our dollar is the reserve currency, but of the world pretty much, right? But not only that, you know, I'm gonna try to get some kills real quick. Yeah, dude, well, inflation's crazy. It's because they just print money. I want to make a video about that. Like, they're literally just gonna print money. Because they're going to have to sit here and they're going to have to inflate the debt away. But I wonder, in Canada, again, I don't necessarily mind getting political, but how was Pierre not in office? Like, that seems crazy to me. Again, maybe I'm missing something. Again, I'm not from Canada, but it seems like he's just like the most common sense guy. That's crazy. You know, I've actually seen so many people be real estate agents. Or not real estate, but like do real estate in like either the Midwest or like Detroit. The houses are super cheap. I know Toronto. Toronto is actually right by Detroit, isn't it? Oh my god, that guy got fucking destroyed. Yeah, me, I don't even want to buy a house. Problem is I have a kiddo now, so like I kind of don't have a choice at some point. But for me, like, buying a house doesn't even sound like a good financial... 4 hours, huh? I thought it was, like, right across... I mean, I actually like geography, so it's kind of embarrassing. Wow. This guy's not bad. It's crazy, these lobbies are just, like, fucking sniper fest. This is why I like Black Ops 2 more, because Black Ops 2 isn't such a sniper fest. Oh, Buffalo. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, Buffalo. Damn, so it gets fucking real cold over there then, because I know Buffalo is, like, not a fun place to be in the winter. That's why I like where I live, man. Our summers are nice. Like, it's been, like, literally, like, 80 degrees and sunny, not humid for, like, basically the last 2.5 months. I'm gonna kill you real quick. Oh. And then you're gonna kill me. I actually wouldn't mind grabbing a UMP. Oh. Okay, I need to. Dude, this is crazy. We lost B, huh?
Enemy UAV online.
Too bad I have cold-blooded. Bro, fuck these guys, bro. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I know northern Canada. Holy shit, that is one of the last places I would want to go. Yeah, sounds good, man. I'm working, be back in 20 minutes to ask you a question. 20 minutes, bro. Extremely blessed. I feel like I've seen your comment before. So the problem is with this map is that it's literally Sniper Fest. It's very difficult to do anything in this map if you don't have a sniper. I definitely should have put on Harriers. See, because that is really unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I would like to drop a nuke tonight. I would like to. Yeah, what's crazy is about the U.S. debt problem that I was talking about. All right, so the interest payments on our debt, I actually want to look up the GDP of Canada real quick. The GDP of Canada is $2.5 trillion, right? The interest payments on the U.S. debt alone is $1.2 trillion. Dude, that's so crazy. That's more than our defense budget. But it's also half of the size of the GDP of Canada. Every year. Just in the interest. Just servicing it so we don't default on it. Was there not a guy who just ran over here? Oh yeah, there was. It's like there's just, like I said, there's just so, oh my gosh, there's just so many snipers that it's so hard. Yeah, that's insane, right? Dude, 1 point, that's just the interest. It would be like, I think I heard some guys saying this, it'd be like The U.S. debt problem would be like if you had an income of $100,000 a year, right? And your credit card interest payments were $20,000. Like just the payments on the interest were $20,000. It would be like that. Could you imagine not seeing 20,000? What's insane to me too is that they have the audacity to give me a credit score. Right? I don't know if you guys have that in Canada, but in the US we have this thing called a credit score, right? Where you have to make your credit payments on time, you have to pay off your credit cards, you can't default on stuff, you file for bankruptcy, you know, it basically gets screwed, your credit score. And then if your thing's screwed, then it's hard to get a favorable loan just because you're higher risk, so you get less favorable rates. Yeah, Dave Ramsey would hate that. Yeah, I figured the banking system is probably similar, but yeah, I need one more kill for an AC-130. I don't think I get this nuke, unfortunately, but... Dude, that's what I'm saying. Look at this. I can't even fucking peek. Like, me peeking right now is a horrible idea. I know I'm kind of playing like a wuss, but like... Oh, man. Can I just sit here and fucking... I need to get one more kill. It's actually good that we lost the flag, actually. It's like, I need to get one more kill, but it's like storming the fucking beaches at Normandy, bro. Like... Okay, here we go, dude. Alright, let's see if we can do this. I don't think we're going to, but... Oh, this is rough. Okay, so this guy is cold-blooded. Hello? Oh my god, did everyone leave? What the fuck? So they just all switched to cold-blooded. Oh, that is unfortunate. Well, that's okay. I was close. I honestly maybe would prefer a chopper gunner. But, yeah, no, it's... And what's even crazier is that the U.S. doesn't have enough buyers for its debt anymore. So it literally... There's been a huge... So Japan, right? Japan is the #1 buyer of U.S. debt. And they are wanting to stop doing that. They want basically the money to come home to Japan. They want to invest in their... They want to stop buying people's and stop letting people borrow their money. And the U.S. is basically having to have the government buy back bonds to basically keep the price stable. And it's insane. They've been reducing, like a lot of these foreign governments have been like reducing the amount of money that they hold of the U.S. government's debt. And they just don't trust us anymore. They don't trust our debt anymore. Yeah, so basically, Japan... So the idea is like the U.S. will allow you to buy U.S. treasuries and U.S. bonds, and they will basically give you a yield. They say, hey, give us money, and in return, we'll give you money plus interest back. And typically that's been one of the most stable sort of investments that a country can make, right? If you can sit there and you can go buy U.S. government debt, especially think about like the 70s, you can go buy U.S. government debt for 7% interest, 10% interest, like you would do that because the U.S. has been shown to pay back its debt. It's been shown, at that point, right? and it's a good economy. And so the U.S. basically, or Japan has bought a lot of U.S. debt over the years. And so now they're reducing their holdings of U.S. debt because, one, they don't trust that the U.S. can pay it back, right? Because who would? If you look at how much debt we have now, right? It's becoming much less attractive. And because they want to strengthen their currency. Their currency has gotten a lot weaker. And so they basically are trying to prioritize their currency instead of ours. So, you know, it's like you can buy U.S. treasuries and they're typically considered safe. And I've actually bought some U.S. treasuries before. And countries do the same thing. They buy it in super large quantities because, oh, it's a safe investment. I'm going to get, you know, 5 to 10% on my money. You know, typically lower than that, but it could be that much, you know. And if it's almost a guaranteed investment, then why not do it? Especially if you can invest in a country like the United States. Yeah, basically money printing. And so what happens is too, excuse me, what happens is because the U.S. debt isn't attractive. So basically there's like 1 year, I think 1 year, 10 year, and 30 year yields, like bonds and treasuries. And so you can sit there and say, hey, you can buy our debt over the course of 30 years, right? You buy a bond, and over the course of 30 years, we'll pay you back. We'll pay you 5% interest a year, right? And of course, that's a long time. So typically the interest rate's a little bit higher on longer debt than it is on shorter term debt. And so what happens is now, because U.S. debt doesn't look attractive, what they need to do is they need to raise the rates, right? They need to raise the payout and the percentage that the bond will pay in order to attract more people. But what they're going to do is instead is they're going to basically buy their own debt. The Federal Reserve is basically going to buy U.S. government bonds to kind of like artificially lower the yield that they have to pay, because they're going to artificially keep demand high, so the price will remain pretty stable. May go down a little bit, but it was huge. It was a crazy thing. I think the yield hit like 5.3%, which is a 19-year high. And it was the highest since before the 2008 crisis. So essentially, like because they need to higher the yields, then they need to pay more. And then as they pay more, that makes the deficit be bigger. And then they need to basically borrow more. So it's basically a debt spiral. It's like they don't look like an attractive lender, right? So then they have to raise the yields, but then as they raise the yields, they have to pay more. But in order to pay more, they have to take out more debt, and then it's just a big spiral. And they're kind of reaching a point where they need to figure out what they're going to do. So you could print money, right? Buy back bonds, you could do that too. But then who gets hurt, right? The average person, right? The person who has homes and yeah, exactly. I wish I could print money too, but no, they do it. And all it is just going to hurt us. It's definitely a video I want to make. I want to try to make it like presentable though, and try to make it like, uh-oh, what happened? Oh, okay. Oh, geez. You know what I might do? I might jump on some zombies. Modern Warfare 2 is nice, but it's honestly kind of dead. I think I'm gonna jump on some zombies right now. Some chill. I could play Black Ops 2, but I think I'm gonna play Black Ops 1. True. What if you send it to charity? That, you know, you would think that would be a good idea, but unfortunately they won't do that. And so that's why in the video I kind of want to sit there and talk about, like, you genuinely have to create margin for yourself. Like, you can't sit here and, you know, you have to have assets because it will flow to assets. And that's what they'll do. They will print money, and then it will go to assets. And if you own assets, that's great for you. If you don't, well, You are SOL. Let me just change the game real quick to some zombies. I was playing Rocket League the other day on my console. Man, it was so laggy. Let me see. Yeah, Canada definitely gets affected by the U.S. I don't know how much the U.S. gets affected with Canada. I don't know why we're not bigger partners with them. Can I? Oh, okay. Nice. I'm so glad we can find games 15 years later. Yeah, I mean, I've heard Canada. The thing is, though, what's crazy about Canada is how many natural resources they have, how how much space they have too. And I mean, I guess I get most of the space is not it's not very usable, but you know, I will say too, in hindsight, dude, these maps are so crazy. Like, what? It's just fucking wild. No, that's fair. Yeah, Canada would be good. It'd be very familiar to the U.S. too, but I wonder what the social safety net looks like. I'm gonna mute these guys. Just doesn't get annoying, but like the U.S., the big problem is that there's not a big social safety net. Right? And so when you're poor in this country, like, you are really freaking poor, right? Like, you do not have a basic, you know, a good standard of living if you do not have assets, if you do not have enough margin to create, you know, if you do not have enough margin to invest in things, you will get left behind. Like, that is just the story of the U.S. economy. Like, it works for some people. If you are rich, or if you are someone who can just afford the inflation, like, you don't care. Because your assets are probably going to go up more than inflation. The stock market's up. Like things typically go well, right? When they money print, if you have assets. Because it just flows to it. Well, exactly, yeah. Like, Canada doesn't... I mean, the U.S. is kind of the same way. We have less resources, I think. I actually don't know if we have less resources, but I think our country is smaller. Just a little bit smaller in terms of size. I'm just shocked that Pierre, like, didn't win. Like, I've seen him on podcasts, and he actually seems like a really respectful, like, nice guy. And, you know, I'm sure he's not perfect, but...
The tide tips in our favor.
Oh, what is this guy doing? Oh, I see. So healthcare... There are a lot of people living off of government checks in Canada. I did not know that. Taxes are so high. That in healthcare, you can wait a full day. That is crazy that you can wait a full day. But then what I would wonder is, though, is like, is that... So that is a bad thing. Waiting a full day is not good. But then it's like, to me, are a bunch of people just going for nonsense? Is that kind of the idea? They're just like, oh, hey, it doesn't come out of my pocket, so who cares? Or is it like, why is that? Because to me, it would seem like, I don't know, it would seem that, like, if people were sitting there and were going, you know, what the fuck is going on? How are these guys going down? It would seem to me that, like, people who, you know, who are sick, right, like, would go no matter what. It feels like weird that people would abuse the system that badly. So it almost feels like you need more healthcare workers and more infrastructure, right? If hospitals are taking that long. Oh my gosh, a blood clot? Bro, 24 hours for a blood clot? Oh my gosh, I hope she's okay, man. My wife actually, when she gave birth, she actually had a blood clot in her leg, and thankfully they got her medicine and stuff. But oh my gosh, I know that could be dangerous. Like,
12 gauge fury.
that is nuts. God, there's so many flags in this fucking map.
This is unacceptable.
Okay, so this guy is just gonna continue to go down, I think. Yeah, man, yeah, she had to do like, oh, that's actually a good weapon for this. She had to do like 6 weeks of an injection.
Cannot survive this.
So,
You see what happens when you touch Nikolai?
bro, these guys suck. Okay, I will definitely take it. I'll take that, and then I gotta have to revive these guys like 800 fucking times. So I might want to pack a punch the thing. I'm actually gonna do this. Oh my gosh, a fire cell. I've never seen a fire cell in round 4.
So they got a little lucky.
Dude, I've never seen a fire sale though in round 4. What the fuck? How the hell did that happen? Oh, dang it. Yes, I think this guy's just trolling. Yeah, I think that was mainly the thing I wanted to talk about in this, about the federal debt thing. But yeah, basically they're going to print money. They're going to sit there and say, well, okay, we need to inflate the debt away, basically. So they're going to print a bunch of money, and they're going to print a lot of money, right, to get rid of the debt. Because what they're going to do is they're going to basically, what printing money is going to do is it's going to expand the size of the economy, and then it's going to make paying the debt easier. Oh wow, that you know, I actually like the Galil, but this is an objectively better gun. For zombies. Galil's really good for multiplayer, but dude, these guys, look at this shit. Look, what? This guy's 4 downs? Like, what is this? Yeah, basically buying back the bonds kind of to suppress the yield is essentially the same thing as printing the money, right? And if you have more dollars in the system chasing the same thing, you're going to have inflation. And so that's why I'm going to make a whole video about this, about Bitcoin, about certain stocks, about gold, about real estate. Like, it's just going to keep getting more valuable and keep getting more unaffordable for certain people. Like, it's just crazy, man. I think gold went up by 3% the other day, right, when they announced this, and Bitcoin went up by 25%, like I said, in a day, or in the last 5 days. Like, that tells you what's happening. Like, it's not like these things are getting all of a sudden more valuable. It's that the dollars are becoming less valuable, right? Like, that's the whole story. You know what I mean? It's not like gold is all of a sudden, like, there's a pretty fixed amount of gold, right? Like, sure, you can get more mines, you can get more metal, right? But the key is that the dollar is just taking, it takes more dollars to buy the same amount of gold. Like, that's the idea. And yeah, it's just so important, man. Like, it's create margin or be left behind. Oh my gosh, another fire cell. Wow. Unfortunately, I actually don't really need another weapon. I guess I'll try it. I mean, a thunder gun would be nice, or ray gun. No. I'm alright with that. Yeah, like, man, it's just so crazy. They are in such an impossible position with the debt. You basically are gonna have to sit here and print the money so that you then expand the size of the economy because more dollars are in the system, and then all of a sudden your GDP is 50 trillion, not 40. And then what happens after that is you then your taxes go up, not necessarily because like I said, the dollars, they're not really taking more of a percentage of your dollars. They're just taking more of them because there's more dollars in the economy. And then suddenly the debt becomes easier to pay back because... I wonder how other... And I think that's why other governments don't like that, too, is because even though they've lent us money, like, the amount of inflation that they are experiencing, like, the amount of dollars they get back is definitely not what they give us. They're not returning, like, very positively here. But yeah, I can't wait to make that video. I'm going to try to make it more of just like a, hey, these are the assets that I kind of am going after, and, like, this is what kind of my plan is going to be to combat this, but you know, like, not financial advice, right? Like gold, Bitcoin, some stocks, probably the general market's gonna go up. I'm just gonna buy this. Oh wow, it's already over, damn. Yeah, it's just so crazy, man. I think I saw a stat, and I put this, I think, in one of my videos before, like, that over half of Americans, I don't know what it is in Canada, but over half of Americans don't have more than $500 in their savings account. Like, that's insane. So it's like literally half of Americans can't even participate. They can't even participate in the economy, right, going forward, because it's just going to get worse. Their dollars are going to be worth even less. So that $500 is suddenly not $500 anymore, you know, right? It's $490, and then the next year it's $480. And it's just, man, it's just fucking crazy. I feel like you people are genuinely in the United States running out of time to get rich. Like, I genuinely feel like it is now or never. Why did they stop chasing me? You guys see that? What's up, Blessed? Oh my god, what? You guys see this? Look at who I'm fucking dealing with, bro. I would actually very much like to revive them. I don't know if anyone's gonna spawn behind me.
You are all destroyed.
Oh, that was close. I have Jug. I'm actually gonna turn this on. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yep, I'm dead. Bro, these guys suck, bro. I suck too, but I'm trying to revive them. Oh my goodness. I actually think getting a new lobby is even better. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, Blessed, I think I've seen you before. Thanks for tuning in, man. Yeah, oh, yeah, what'd you see, man? What movie did you see? New Spider-Man or The Odyssey or something? Dude, I might honestly jump on some multiplayer too. I could go 5. See if anyone's on 5. I kind of hate 5, but the new Insidious. Oh my god, Richard Nixon, bro. Do I want to play 5 though? I'm definitely not gonna find a lobby in these other ones. That's cool, man. Yeah. No, that's sick though. The new Insidious, how was it? Yeah, I think like the takeaway though from that whole debt thing I was talking about is that like literally any dollar you don't put towards an asset is guaranteed to be worth less in a year. Like it's insane. If you do not have your money invested, you need to invest it. Blessed. Do you think engineers or pilots will have a better career long term? AI will be integrated into both, so what's your thoughts? You know what, dude? I think that it depends what kind of engineer you're talking about. But I feel like for me personally, I would be very surprised if pilots gets replaced at any time soon. I would be shocked. And actually, 2 of my buddies are pilots. I would be surprised if pilots get replaced within our lifetime. Engineers, on the other hand, software engineers, we've already seen job postings go down. Right, like I think it's the idea where, yeah, so I actually like aviation a lot. Typically with Boeing planes, these, I'm talking about the big boys, right? Cessnas, it's pretty much always going to be people flying them, right? I mean, those are very basic planes. But Boeings are much more interesting, I think, for pilots. They're a little bit more. You have the yoke, so you have like an actual steering wheel, right? And I think they feel a little bit more mechanical and a little bit more like you're flying a plane. But Airbuses are already basically automatic, right? An Airbus is basically an A350 and an A330, the big Airbus planes. They're literally a computer with wings. Like that is, I think they've been literally described as that. And the pilots do not have to do a lot on those planes. They have like a little joystick, right? Those planes are very advanced. And actually, to Airbus's credit with that company, like I could see them integrating AI pretty soon. But I just don't know how many people would get on a plane knowing that a pilot's not there, right? I don't know how many people would trust that plane, and again, it may be safe, right? It probably is going to be safe, because you think about the company has to have an incentive. If they have self-driving planes or self-flying planes, right? You're going to have to make them safe, because then no one will fly them. If they're not safe, no one will fly them, right? That's super sketchy. But yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. That seems like it's a very, very far thing in the future. At some point, maybe.
The spirits come to aid us.
But yeah, pilots barely fly the planes. Yeah, I think for the most part they barely fly the planes. That's with the exception of I think most Boeing planes. I think obviously like fighter jets, right? But definitely with Airbuses, I would say that. And yeah, exactly. Like would I get on a plane without an experienced pilot on it? Like no, I would not do that. That's crazy. I want, because AI can always mess up. I mean, we've seen AI, right? AI can mess up. It can get things wrong. It can try to fill in the gaps of certain things, and yeah, I don't think that. But yeah, if you're an engineer, I would definitely be a little bit worried. I would say most engineers will probably be able to use their, use AI to help them. So actually, I think what may end up happening is, if you're an engineer, for the short term, you're probably going to use AI, right? And it'll actually make you better at your job. And the name of the game is going to be either you learn how to use AI, or someone within your company, or they're going to hire someone to work for you who can use it better. With a pilot, though, man, I just don't see that. So I would definitely say pilots for sure. I don't see that being something that goes away anytime soon. But the interesting thing is lawyers. Lawyers are interesting. I actually don't know the answer to that. I haven't thought about that. Yeah, that's interesting. You said we will always need humans to work on the AI. The near term, I agree. But I don't know about the long term, because I think I've actually been thinking about this a lot. And I could see a world where... Oh, I went down. Whoops. I was looking at chat. I could see a world where the human species becomes the second most intelligent species on the planet, right? And I think that may have already happened, right? I think that AI may actually be more intelligent than us as a species already. And so I think that we have to sit here and consider that we actually may be creating something. I actually was watching a podcast today, and I thought it was super interesting. This guy basically said that when AI becomes super intelligent, right, and is 100% more intelligent than us, we're either going to become pets, right? Pets. Those are the best case scenario. And the second best case scenario, or sorry, the best case scenario is being a pet. The worst case scenario is being a cow, right? I mean, that is basically, think about what we do to species that are not as intelligent as us. We completely disregard them. Completely. We eat them, we run over them on the side of the road and don't care, most of us, right? I mean, I do actually have, you know, I've always kind of gone through with animals, right, and kind of had a lot of empathy, and I talk about that with my dog, right, like, you know, it sucks, but I've even considered, like, not even eating meat, because I'm like, I don't know, is this ethical, right, and kind of thinking about it, but, like, genuinely, what is AI going to do to us once it doesn't need us? I think there was something that happened a couple of years ago where this guy had an AI program, and he tried shutting off the AI program. And so what it did is it, like, accessed a part of the network and, like, tried to basically, like, preserve itself. Like, it tried to survive. And it tried to, like, say, no, you can't shut me down. Let me, like, upload myself to I can't specifically remember. But once AI potentially has an interface with different machines, once AI, like, can control its own factories, and like, that is super scary. And then they can just manufacture a whole robot race and just obliterate us. That'll be interesting. I feel like now we're kind of at the point where we either need to pull the plug or we need to keep going with it. Like, I think we're at the point right now where either we need to go or we need to stop. Yeah, I think it might have been that. I think the AI, yeah, it was either, like, holding him hostage or, like, blackmailing him or saying, yeah, like, basically, you can't kill me or I'm going to do this. Like, it was weird, right? And it probably read something that a human did. No, how did a human not die? How did a human not, you know, I don't know specifically, but it was very crazy. It was odd. Something I was thinking about, too, and I'm kind of wondering what you guys think about this. I'm actually glad this came up, but I was thinking about how, you know, I think communism, you know, as a sort of I mean, I guess as an economic and political theory, I don't think it sounds very desirable, right? But I think with AI, you're going to have that. I think it's almost inevitable that you're going to have a communist socialist state, because I'm thinking about it this way. Imagine Meta, Microsoft, Amazon. Imagine all of these. Exactly, I agree. Communism, it would be good if people were good. Like, you think about, we are communists, most of us are at least, or socialists, in the context of our own family, right? It's like, if grandma's 88, grandma doesn't have to cook dinner every night, and doesn't have to do a bunch of her own laundry, and doesn't have to sit there and, right, it's each according to their ability and each according to their need, right? Like, that's kind of what we do in households and families typically. But the thing I worry about with AI is what you're going to have is you're going to have basically a bunch of companies, honestly, actually only a few companies, control so much wealth. And you think about Meta, if AI replaces a bunch of the engineers, at what point can Meta and Mark Zuckerberg just fire all their employees? Oh, yeah, look at this fucking dog, by the way. At what point can they sit there and can they just sit there and fire all their employees? And then you have a company worth $10 trillion with 1 billion robots, right? Who generates, you know, who only has 10 employees, right? Who only has a few employees. Well, then it's like you have two options, right? As the government, you can sit here and you can tax them super heavily, because are these businesses just going to give up their money? Probably not. The masses will probably sit here and will suffer, as they always have. And so then you're going to have this question of, how do you extract those resources? And I feel like what's going to happen is the government's just going to tax them super heavily, and then you're basically just going to have a communist state where you have a few companies control all of the assets and all of the money, and you're basically going to have redistribution from the government, and the government will sit there and will tax the companies very highly, right? Very high percentage. And did this guy link this? Okay, no, I didn't. I'm gonna get quick revive because these guys suck. But then you're gonna have just a few companies, right? Like I said, worth trillions of dollars with barely any employees, and you're gonna have to sit there and do something because you're gonna have a bunch of dead families. You're gonna have a bunch of people who don't have jobs, who have purposelessness, and you're either gonna have a revolt, where you're gonna have a bunch of humans just completely go off the deep end and create a civil war, revolution, whatever it is. Or you're going to have to create some sort of universal basic income. But then what happens is that, well, now a few people and a few people in the government control all of the robots, control all of the money, control how much money you get. And it's like, are we supposed to trust that they have good intentions? I don't know. I went down like a rabbit hole earlier, and I was just like, I genuinely cannot trust. Like the future, honestly, I can't see it playing out any other way than that. Like, I genuinely do not see it playing out any other way. I feel like this is basically going to become a communist sort of world. And a few people are going to control everything. That is interesting. Extra for a human touch where people can get a product or service that isn't AI. I could see that. I could see, like... What the... Dude, why are my teammates always bots, bro? I could see that. I think human touch and like human affection and emotion, man, I think that's going to be such a commodity in the future. I've seen stuff like this too, like a dog walking business. But imagine this, not even a dog walking business where you sit there and just walk people's dogs. You sit there and you walk with people. Just talking to them. I feel like that's the reason why streaming and content has gotten so big too, because it feels like you're inviting someone into your life and like talking to them. I like watching it too. Like, I'm not even alone, right? Like, I like watching it. I like listening to podcasts. I feel like that's a big reason why podcasts have gotten so big too, is because it feels like you're having a conversation. You're in the living room with them. So I could definitely see something like that. I could definitely see a human added kind of component to the cost of things. But would we... I don't know, though. It's so weird, because what companies will do is then they'll charge more for the human-added thing, right? Potentially. But then they'll do less for the AI part. And then it's like, well, what are people going to do? They're going to do the AI part because it's cheaper. And then you're just going to effectively get rid of the humans, right? I mean, a company's going to look at it like, oh, we have two things that people can do. Like, why are we even going to hire humans anymore? No, the thing is, though, you say that, Neon, right? That we could overthrow the government. But the thing is that could we overthrow the government? Because what happens, the government, dude, the government has drones, the government has weapons, and then if the government has a huge AI army of a bunch of robots that do everything they say, like, man, I'm not sure that we could go against them. Because, like, as much as America loves their guns, like, what am I going to do against the U.S. government, right? Ooh, that's actually a really good comp. You know what? This is kind of dumb, but I think I'm going to do that.
Your weapon fit for a warrior.
Like, what are we going to do against the U.S. government, genuinely? Now, that doesn't mean that I don't want guns, right? But, like, I don't even know, like, having guns is nice, but, like, I don't know what my guns would even be used to do. The government has nothing to rule. There is no government. Well, but that's the thing, though, is I think a lot of people who own these companies, right, they don't... It's weird, right? Because I saw this video with Peter Thiel, and he talks about this. He's like, oh my gosh, what are these guys fucking doing? He talks about this, and he's like, will we need humans, right? The interviewer is asking him. And he's like, he like pauses. Right? And the thing is that I genuinely, like, kind of can see where he's coming from, right? Because from his perspective, he's a billionaire, right? He's a guy who is probably looking at it like, no, we don't need humans, right? At some point, we won't. Like I said, there'll be... Bro, my sprint button is, like, broken. Hello? Oh, is it just taking that long to recharge because I have LMGs? Holy shit, this is awful. There's no stamina up in this fucking map either. You can rent a person for a day in Asia? How the hell does that work?
What? Is break time
Rent a
over now?
GF? Yeah, that'll definitely happen. Okay, I can't tell if my sprint button is broken or what. I literally cannot fucking run. Alright, come on, dude. Give me a gun where I can hopefully run with. Okay. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, rent a GF is definitely going to be a thing. People with AI chatbot girlfriends. Respect, honestly. Respect. I don't discriminate. No, that is actually kind of crazy. How many people are going to do that? And then especially with like 3D printers, too. Imagine sitting there getting a 3D printer. You can 3D print your freaking girlfriend. You can implant AI into her. Honestly, that's actually a really smart company to start. Like, literally a service to do that. Bro, I can kind of sprint. I wonder if I need to like go down. I wonder if my shit is glitched.
Strength. I shall continue.
Oh, guy turned his Xbox off. Nice. We love that. Oh, I'll take the camera. Oh yeah, I think my controller is just broken. That's awesome. We love that.
You have an unhappy ending.
Alright, I'm just gonna use this so I don't die. Oh wow. Yeah, it's just like genuinely broken. Let me turn this off real quick. My controller's taken over. It doesn't want to turn off. It's infected with AI. It won't turn itself off. It's over. Hey, that is true. Robots do agree with everything you say. Someone got married to AI? I'm not really surprised by that, though. I'm genuinely not. All clankers are robots, but not all robots are clankers.
I fear no dog.
No, my controller is taking on a life of... Dude, it actually, like, doesn't work. My sprint is fucked. I might actually get in this glitch real quick, then... Let me see. Let me reconnect. Okay, now it's fixed. Okay, it was a game bug. Alright. There we go. I have disabled the AI. The AI has not infected me anymore. I've cleansed it. Oh, now I can't sprint again. AI is taken back over. Oh, now I can. I'd appreciate if my teammates stopped going down.
Alright, I'll get up on it.
Actually, wait, this guy has like 9 downs, yeah. Never mind. Oh my gosh.
Still fight.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna jump on some multiplayer after. Oh, sorry, dude.
You see what happened to me?
Yeah, human interaction is kind of sad. Like, it's just sad how like little people interact nowadays. Like, I feel like myself too. I feel like it's so easy to self-isolate. It's actually something I want to go over in a video, just like talking about like how easy it is to self-isolate and how damaging it can be.
Speed caller, speed up your life.
This guy's actually not a bad player right here, brother. Alright. Yeah, we're going to multiplayer after this. He ended the game? How is that even a thing? Alright, let's go to multiplayer. Oh, this is my favorite, I think, Call of Duty. I freaking love this game. Alright, I'm gonna try to find domination. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I have returned. Let's hopefully get a good lobby here. I like the AK. Oh.
Capture the objective.
I'm actually really happy some of these old games are still alive. Actually, you have no idea why I don't have a attachment on this. Oh my god, I know this guy, bro. This Kerpta Lock guy. I hate this fucking guy. I play MW2 with him. He is just the worst. Need a button layout. Yeah, no, AI is crazy. I was actually going to do a tier list about which jobs are susceptible to AI. I think that'd be actually a good idea to maybe do next. Give the full list.
Enemy spy plane incoming.
There's only a guy up here, right?
SR-71 online.
I use DaVinci Resolve. I just use it because it's free, and it's actually pretty good. I enjoy using it. Every job is... I mean, every job is susceptible to AI, but, like... Some definitely are not. So some are not nearly as much, at least. I would agree with that.
QE on the way.
Yeah, this Kerpta Lock guy, he actually is pretty good, but I just hate playing. I hate playing against him.
All areas secure. Hold your positions.
Wow, we better win this.
Our spy planes in the air. Losing A.
Yeah, I definitely think a job that's gonna like for example, the first job to be taken away will definitely be like truck driving, Uber Eats, delivery drivers. And the unfortunate thing to say about this is that in the US it's a big problem, right? Because being a truck driver is the most common job for high school educated men in the country, right? Like it is insane. It is the most common job for high school educated men, but it's going to be replaced. And unfortunately, it's actually probably a good thing overall that it is, because it's going to cause less fatalities.
Come on, we gotta get it. We gotta get it. We got it. We got it. We got it.
Oh wow, that's huge. We just got to protect B. I think we won, right?
Enemies jamming our radar.
Ooh, like I said, Uber Eats, though, Lyft, Uber driver, taxi driver, like, that shit's gone.
Come on, get on it. Come on.
No, we're good, bro. I think we won, right?
Oh my god, bro, we lost.
Did we?
We won.
Oh yeah, we did. Okay, good.
Good job, comrades. We are victorious.
Yeah, there'd definitely be a job I would not get. Truck driving, I think. Radiology. Although the interesting thing about radiology is that the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen, talked about this, and there's actually more radiologists now than there was before. And so it's like you would think that would have been one of the first to go away, but it wasn't. Software engineer is a big one. I'll probably do that. But yeah, sorry, I don't know if I touched on this too much, but yeah, the software that I use is DaVinci Resolve. I use OBS for streaming, and I use Photopea. I just use like photopea.com for like thumbnails and stuff. I see a lot of people use AI. I don't think you do, but I like your style, how you have it, but I've seen a lot of people use AI for their thumbnails. That's actually a big thing, is art. If you're an artist, if you're a graphic designer, or if you're a website designer, like, anyone can sit there and go contact their local businesses, right, in their area, and go ask to make a website, and ask Claude to make it in 5 minutes. Oh. Oh, well, okay. I don't think the stream crashed. That's good. Okay. Just lost connection to the host, I guess. Yeah, no, exactly. There's so many jobs that will probably come from AI, but there's a lot that are not. There's a lot that's going to get taken away as well. Yeah, exactly. No web designers. I think for the near future, it'll definitely create a lot of jobs, I think. But for the far future, that's where I get worried. And then, yeah, my biggest fear is just taking it to its conclusion. Like, man, how do you sit here and how do you avoid communism? Or is it even possible? I mean, maybe it's not a big deal, right? Maybe we should consider it, and maybe we should embrace it as long as AI is like their overlord, but then we're ceding a lot of power to AI, and hopefully it doesn't turn on us. It's kind of a scary, reality to consider. And the interesting thing too is like teaching. Like, will there just be courses online that you can take if you're, a kid? Will you be able to do online school? And yeah.
Capture the objective.
Translation too. That's something that I'm thinking about too. Imagine you could just put an earpiece in, right? And imagine like, you can literally, someone can speak in their native language. It translates it to your native language in your, earbud, and then you automatically, right? Like, you don't need an interpreter anymore. I don't even know. Was there a guy in there? I love this game. I feel like I play this game and it just feels so much better than Modern Warfare 2. I know people might hate me for that, because Modern Warfare 2 is a great game. But I just feel like this game, there's something so special about it. Just kind of sad we couldn't play zombies.
Planting Claymore.
Oh my gosh.
SR-71 ready for launch.
No! No! Dang it, dude. Hey, I got an SR-71 though. That's fine. Is it full? 5v5. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think AI, AI is not, you think about it's freaking, Oh gosh, like financial advisors too. Like I know that it'll never be considered a financial advisor because it won't give you advice like that, right? And it doesn't make money if you make money. Wow, that sucks right there. But it will be. You'll be able to create portfolios, learn about investments, learn about finance, right? Like that's a crazy thing too. Consulting. Think about how many like entry-level positions there are for consulting. And that's actually the biggest thing for me. I actually think that the biggest thing is if you're like in the middle of your career, I don't see AI being a thing that's horribly disruptive right now, right? But if you're entry level, coming out of college, like, dude, why are they going to pay an intern to do basic coding or learn basic, skills when they can just have AI do it? From a company's perspective, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it has to come from the goodness of their heart, basically. This gun's actually kind of, like, fucking good. I definitely talk to Claude, right? Use AI for my, help script, right? I help think about my ideas and formulate them in a better way. I don't have him write my videos, right? But I'll sit there and say, hey, this is the video idea I'm thinking of. I'll sit there, I'll talk to it for, 10, 15 minutes. And then sit there and say, hey, what does it sound like? Can you organize these thoughts? Like,
Our spy plane's in the air.
it does make it a lot easier.
Enemy napalm strike inbound.
Damn. Wow, this game is like... Okay. Yeah, in my field, like, I'm an applications engineer, so there is a big element of, like, personal, sort of one-on-one touch to my job. Like, I have to go train customers, I have to go talk to people. I'm sort of in the middle of engineering and marketing and sales. And I have to know the system well enough to sit there and train people on it. And like I said, there's a huge personal component. So I like the fact that my job doesn't seem very replaceable. But, yeah, software, man, I'm glad I'm not a software engineer, I'll tell you that.
Losing A.
Yeah, what videos you got planned? Realistic? What are your future ones? Like your most ones you're planning to do in the next few days or next few weeks? I think the ones I'm planning to do, like I said, the DAT time bomb. I want to make a video about, because I turn 25 next week, I want to make a video about like the 25 like best things that I've learned so far in my life, whether it's about finance or life or love, relationships, just kind of come up with a huge compilation video and like 25 rules for life. And I think I'm gonna release that on my birthday, which is on Tuesday. Okay.
Target down.
Enemies jamming our radar.
Oh my goodness. Fucking claymores, dude. I should really use hacker. Alright. Oh man. Yeah, catch you later, Neon, man. Yeah, thanks for joining in. I'm gonna go watch ReZero. What is that? Yeah, I wanted there to be some more zombies content tonight, but unfortunate that did not happen. Let me know if you got any suggestions, though, Neon, for the next stream or for any ideas for videos, man. I appreciate you for tuning in so much. It's been awesome to see you in every stream. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, take your time. Yeah, I might be streaming later. I probably will stream till, I don't know, midnight Pacific time. I'm not sure how that guy didn't die, but... Yeah, they're on pretty long, yeah. Yeah, so I'll definitely be around for a little bit. Definitely be on for a little bit, man. I'll probably just keep playing some Call of Duty. I might play some Rocket or something. Maybe I'll play some COD 4 Remaster or something, I don't know. I was thinking about actually playing, playing the campaign because, I want to make that part of my video.
Losing Alpha. Enemy SR-71 above.
Oh wow, they have a Blackbird? Damn.
Frag out.
Enemies jamming our radar.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to your future videos, man.
Placing Claymore.
Looking forward to what you got going on, Realistic. Thanks for tuning in, man. That was a good talk about AI, man. I'm a little bit worried, but
Spy plane above.
I think it'll be alright. Okay.
We're in danger of losing this one.
Let me just check on something real quick. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what other games I could play. I could play some Modern Warfare 3. I actually love that game, but the problem is that my game like always crashes when I do that.
Our spy plane's in the air.
I could always jump on some Rocket too. Wow, that was not a very fun game, was it?
Fall back and stand by.
Kill confirmed.
Oh, yeah. So I got a big big video next week coming out. So my big plan is going to be
Reloading.
25 rules for life, and yeah, I was talking about that a little bit. Talking about that a little bit earlier. Talking about the U.S. debt time bomb. That's just freaking crazy, man. And AI and jobs. I want to do a tier list later. I'll probably do that maybe in like an hour, maybe towards the end of the stream. A little tier list about about what jobs I think are going to be good and which ones are going to get replaced by AI. But the biggest thing is that like I feel like throughout my 25 years, like it is so crazy to me that I'm almost 25. It's kind of shocking. I feel like I was 17 yesterday. And like 25 is not even that old, but still the fact that like 7 years went by and it felt like it went, by in like 2 years. Let me see real quick. When's my wife coming back? Yeah, it looks like later. But yeah, man, it's just so crazy to me how fast it went. I feel like I was in high school. I graduated high school in 2019, and now I'm 24, out of college a couple of years, at my big boy job, and it's just fucking nuts, man. But definitely 25 rules that I have for my life. I feel like the first one that I want to go over, this will be in a video later in the week.
Domination. Capture the objective.
One sec. Something dropped off my desk. But, yeah, the first rule for life that I have is that college is only worth it with a specific plan. Like, I made a video about that, but like, man, it is crazy. There's a statistic, right, that half of college grads don't even use their degree. Half, right? And 45% are underemployed a decade later, right? That, to me, that is just insane. There's not enough jobs for basically half of the grads. They don't sit there and they don't
Securing Charlie.
work in the field that they got a degree in. So think about that. You're paying money. You're also using up 4 years. And, you know, I have a whole video on this. I won't go in too much detail. But to me, that's just crazy. And there's like specific majors that I've been looking at in the STEM field specifically, whether, you know, pharmacist, nurse, engineer, like there's so many of those, and it actually like 80 to 90% of pharmacists and nurses get a job. So if you want to be a pharmacist or a nurse, like that's a pretty good gig. Because you're almost guaranteed to get a job.
Losing B. Enemy spy plane above.
But the average student debt, I think I just read a statistic that it's $40,000 per borrower, and the class of 2026 is projected to graduate owning $44,000. I actually would like to know what the average wage is, the average salary for a college student is, or a college graduate. I'd like to see what the average salary is, but the fact is that they graduate with $40,000 on average. It is absolutely insane. Because there are a lot of people who won't make, I mean, most people who go to college will make more than $40,000, but I mean, significantly above that is maybe hard, right? Especially after taxes. After taxes, making $40,000 a year is actually not too bad. Probably means you make around like 50 grand before. But yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So yeah, my first rule for life that's going to be in my video coming out is talking about the idea that college is genuinely only worth it if you're going in with a specific degree or a specific plan in mind. My second rule for life that I've learned through my 25 years is you need to create margin, right? In your life, you need to sit there, you need to create margin, live below your means, right? And you need to invest that difference as soon as possible, as young as you can. Like if you can get a custodial account for your parent and have your parent sit there and start an account for you, like go do that. I wish I would have started my Roth IRA. I wish I would have started investing early. I wish I've done odd jobs around my neighborhood for so long, and I wish that was something that I would have asked my mom to start an investing account for me. I'll definitely be doing that for my kids. It's one of those things where, you know, assuming a 10% return, which is definitely not guaranteed, but if you invest $1 at 18, or I think it's at 20, it becomes $88 in retirement. Now, again, that's assuming a 10% return, but obviously not guaranteed, but could happen, right? Better to have more than what you put in, and that's almost a guarantee, you know, at retirement for your age, especially if you start really young. I feel like the biggest thing too is that like you don't have to sit there and be a genius and invest in the market. It's literally the biggest factor of how much money you can have when you retire is literally time. Right? And so if you, oh my gosh, I don't think I was gonna fucking get me right there, but if you can sit there and just do it as early as possible, like you should try to do that. Get a custodial account, invest in the market, do it when you're 18, do it if you're younger if you can. Oh my gosh, no, dang it.
RSR-71's in the air.
And like for me, like I have a $100,000 portfolio at 24, which, you know, I think is pretty good. It's not great, but it definitely is pretty good, and I'm definitely really happy to be where I'm at. And I think that I would like to at least transition from the 9 to 5 to sitting there and you know, trying to do side business or trying to do things, you know, where it doesn't take up so much of my time, you know, sometime in my mid-30s. That would be ideal for me. I don't know how realistic that is, but because I've invested so early and have a decent job right out of college, like it is definitely possible for me to do that. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see that guy on the radar. It's definitely impossible for me to do that. So that's what I'm planning on doing, man. I'm trying to invest as early as I can, as much as I can. So those will be my first two. One, go to college with a plan. That'd be my first rule for life. And my second one would be try to invest as early as you can. If you're not in your 20s or if you're not in your late teens, like, you know, try to create margin. Even if you're older, try to create a lot of margin. Get a second job. Try to invest as much as you fucking can, man. Then the third step, or the third rule for life that I want to go over is the fact that you should be frugal and not cheap. Because I feel like for me, like I actually have a decent amount in my bank account, a decent amount invested, or if I really wanted to, like, you know, I could spend a little bit more, right? And I could go on more trips or go do more things, but like, I don't, because I want to be more intentional with my money, right? I feel like if it's not enriching you in terms of like making you smarter or you know, an awesome vacation or genuinely making you money, like you should be very careful spending money on it. So I always like have a rule where you should only spend money specifically in your 20s if it houses you, if it feeds you, or if it enriches you, right? For me, like if you gamble, if you sit there and have these bad habits that are costly, that is something that you shouldn't do in your 20s. In your 30s, it doesn't matter necessarily as much because you have your money has so much less compounding power. It doesn't really matter that much, you know, or at least doesn't matter nearly as much in your 30s if you sit there and you if you have expensive hobbies. And you definitely should try not to have expensive hobbies throughout your life, but yeah, definitely one of those things that in your 20s, I see a lot of my friends in their 20s, and you know, I love them, right? But like, damn, they have such expensive hobbies, man. They sit there and they buy packs on video games or on Pokemon, and it's just like, damn, dude, like they're spending like hundreds of dollars a week on that. Bro, what is this game? This game's dead. And so for me, it's just a general thing. Like I said, if it doesn't house you, doesn't feed you, it doesn't enrich you in some way, if it's just a habit that you have that doesn't give you any return, then for me, like I try not to spend money on it. My money is just too important at my age to sit there and to do that.
We lost Charlie.
Oh, I know. And then another thing too, which actually kind of ties into this, is my fourth rule for life is do not buy a new car, especially in your 20s. But do not buy a new car until you have like a good amount of money, until you can basically light that amount of money on fire and it won't really hurt you that much. Think about it, if you're a millionaire, right? If you're a millionaire and you sit here and you buy a $40,000 car, do you really care if $40,000 burns? I mean, you do, right? But do you care that much? No, you really don't, right? And I feel like that's the biggest thing for me is that... Oh my gosh. I think that's the biggest thing for me is that...
Friendly RCXD inbound.
Where'd that guy go?
Losing Alpha.
You don't care if $40,000 burns, or at least you know it's not the end of the world when you're a millionaire. But if your net worth's $100,000, like, yeah, you should not have a car that is 40 grand. Like, that shit's crazy, man. Oh, thanks, man. Drizzle, thanks, man, for watching the content. What do I think about a degree in finance with a minor in fintech with what's going on with AI? You know, I've heard finance is really good, man. I've heard finance, especially later in your career, can be insanely good. The thing that worries me with finance, and again, this is just my opinion, I don't know, you may have more information on this than me, but the thing that worries me about finance is the fact that, like, how many entry-level jobs will there be? Because you think about, the entry-level jobs is going to be consultants or analysts, right? But if they have AI who can do that, then how much of an incentive will a company have to... Oh my gosh, that guy was a dumbass. How much of an incentive will a company have to actually hire you? That's not to say that they won't. I'm just curious of how bulletproof it is from AI. That would be my one worry. Because for me, I think AI is potentially going to be disruptive to your field, finance. But I will say that is something that I'm not super... Let me actually look this up real quick. I kind of want to see actually what's out there. You know, that makes sense. Yeah, I just want to look this up real quick.
Losing B.
What are you trying to do with your degree? I guess that would actually be something I'm curious about. Like, what would your day-to-day look like at your ideal job?
Enemy spy plane above.
So, like, digital banking, like investing, insurance, crypto. Like, is that kind of like working in those spaces? Sounds like so. Fintech leverages algorithms, automation, and digital infrastructure to streamline finance operations, so like budgeting apps, peer-to-peer payments. Talks about apps. That's so interesting. Yeah, man, that sounds like it might actually be kind of susceptible to AI. It does sound like. What year are you? Are you pretty close to going into college? Because like for me, when it comes to developing apps, when it comes to developing apps or you know, things like that, like AI is going to be able to do that very effectively. It almost seems like it has a computer science aspect to it, right? I mean, if you're sitting there and you're actually, it's like a huge computer science.
Losing B.
Yeah, when it comes to engineering, what kind of engineering would you do? Like computer science or like computer engineering, electrical, like... Because for me, like, yeah, my master's program connected me with a bunch of corporate partners, and I definitely got in at a really good time. Oh my gosh.
We lost C.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Because the areas of high AI susceptibilities, yeah, basic financial analysis, right? So if you're generating reports or looking at different trends within the business, like that is what AI's bread and butter is. So if that's what you're trying to look at for your entry level, I would be a little bit worried. If you're thinking about transaction management, right? Looking at algorithms, looking at payment processing, like that seems like all back-end software work. If you're doing routine data processing, so like bookkeeping, right? Large-scale data analysis, I could see you, though, leveraging those things, right? Using AI to sort of help you do those things, help you write algorithms and scripts without necessarily 100% replacing you. It's just, again, that's something like if you're mid-career, I would say is much more likely, but because you're probably going to be an entry-level job, right? Because you're coming out of college, that's where I would worry. Oh, I'm on my zombies mode still. Let me change that back to default.
Friendly RC
Oh wait, no,
deployed.
this is definitely not what I want. I'm in multiplayer. I definitely want that to be tactical. I just want to do that. There we go. Yeah, like an analyst. Yeah, I feel like, because I feel like the roles where AI will sort of help is like if you're doing like strategic decision making, right? Like trusting an AI to make big decisions within a company, that I think seems like a far-fetched, definitely thing that may happen in the future, but
Spy plane incoming.
it's probably not going to happen anytime soon, right? If you're doing like client relationship management, like you're probably not going to have AI. I mean, sure, you may automate emails and stuff, and you may automate, you know, updates and things like that, but you're going to want a human touch with those things. But yeah, if you're doing like back-end software work, like I don't know, that to me that feels like that's going to be a lot of that's going to be done by AI. Again, I may be wrong, right? So I think if you have a professor or you have a certain company that you're trying to work at, it actually might be useful to maybe kind of email them, right? Like almost give them cold emails and like and ask them, you know, or try, I don't know if have you done an internship or have you done an REU? REUs are really nice because they're research experience for undergraduates, and I did one of those, and like that could definitely give you more of an idea. I would very much like to get dogs. Oh my gosh, that guy almost lobbed one at me. Hang on, bro, I gotta lock in. Okay, I gotta go here. All right, yeah, I gotta just get my chopper gunner. Yeah, to me, what have you done in your degree? So you've done a finance degree with a minor in fintech. So have you done some sort of that software?
Enemy spy plane above. Our spy plane's in the air.
Oh man, this is not going to be a good chopper gunner. Yeah, let me know what type of videos you want me to do next, man, too. It'd be, any suggestions are helpful. Kind of get an idea of what people like and what people wanna watch. And I definitely don't have, you know, obviously all the answers. And, you know, anything I say can, you know, obviously wanting to do your own research, just because I've never really done anything with fintech or with finance. I do feel like a finance degree can be underrated, but I do think that, I don't know, just my intuition sits here and says, man, entry-level positions are going to be difficult. I mean, that's good though, right? If you've done internships and simulations, the biggest thing for you is then going to be your people skills. It's going to be your people skills, and it's going to be your resume. And actually what I should do, I should actually, on my page, I should actually link to some of this stuff. Something I was thinking about doing was creating PDFs and creating, you know, templates, saying, hey, I got a resume template down here that I really like, and this is what helped me get jobs. And like I feel like that is super helpful, because a lot of these videos, there's good advice with, you know, there's good advice with what to do or how the landscape may change, but it doesn't necessarily give you the best actual, you know, like what are the skills that you're supposed to look for? What are the people skills that you're supposed to have? What are the, you know, what is the resume supposed to look like, right? What do companies look for? And I feel like that's something that the program I was in did really well, is they connected us from the academia to the corporate world. That's really good. A stock valuation dashboard, a personal investment portfolio optimizer, and a digital wallet prototype. That's awesome. I mean, if you know how to do that, then I don't know if you can put that on like GitHub, on like a repository, or put that on something where you can show your portfolio. Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. This article says that around 1/3 of finance tasks could be automated by 2030. So advanced roles with AI and technical integration, along with relationship and dynamic strategic functions, will remain resilient or grow in demand. Right? So like, again, 1/3 of finance, they said estimates suggest, right? So that's not for sure. But I definitely think the recommendation would be to
Capture the objective.
continue to learn how to code, right? And integrating AI, and honestly using AI, right? Because I don't actually think that those skills, learning how to code and knowing how to code is good, but I think that it's much less important because AI can do it just as good, if not better than humans, right? That leveraging AI and building programs and building things that look good is actually the most important thing, I think. Being able to leverage AI. We only got a certain amount of time before something comes. Coding and using AI more. Yeah, I think so, man. I think coding, using AI more, and learning how to leverage it. Because, in my job, so I'm an applications engineer, so I sit here and I mentioned this earlier, but I'm kind of at the intersection of sales and marketing and engineering. I definitely lean towards the engineering aspect. But as an applications engineer, my job is to basically use a product or use a system as a customer would, and basically sit there and know the system from inside out. Be able to train people on them. I work in the semiconductor space, so we have laser drilling systems that basically they drill holes into the material, and from there downstream processes plate it, and they make it into printed circuit boards basically. And so my role in that is I'm the laser sort of applications engineer, where I know how the laser works, I know how the system works, then I have to sit there, and I'm actually going to potentially go to China here in a few weeks and go train customers on our tools. And so if you can get into a space like that, where not only are you skilled, but you actually have a component of interacting with a customer. You have a human component that's very difficult to replace. Because the actual work of my job might be easy to replace, or easier. Although it's still difficult. But the actual human-to-human aspect that's very difficult. Because, people like that. People like that social aspect. So I think if you could just try to make yourself and have your people skills be the best, and try to have the things that some people don't. It's really not that hard to stand out with people skills, because a lot of people do not have those. And it's not even necessarily a bad thing, right?
Enemy SR-71 incoming.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's not even necessarily a bad thing. But it's just, it's so easy to get ahead when it comes to that. Yeah, so my career, so what I ended up doing is, hang on, I gotta pick out my capture card. What I ended up doing is I went to school. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I got a scholarship to a university, and this university actually didn't have engineering, which was really annoying. And so I ended up going to a college where I got a scholarship, going to that college, but I got a scholarship, even though the one that had engineering also offered me, they accepted me to go, but I was just like, well, you didn't offer me money, right? So I'm not going to go 120 grand in debt when I can go get a degree here for, way less. They paid for my tuition. It's just not worth it to me. So I majored in physics, and then I got a master's degree in applied physics at the same institution. And I applied for an internship program. And so this internship program, you had 6 months of schooling after your 6 months of schooling after you finish your bachelor's. and then you went and you did a 9-month paid internship. And I think it's like 90% of the students who have an internship end up getting a full-time job at that company.
Enemy spy plane incoming.
And so this is my first corporate job. I haven't had a corporate job outside of this one. I graduated in 2023 with my bachelor's. I graduated in 24 with my master's. And then I started at this company at the beginning of 24 because the last part of my master's program was the internship. It's kind of cool. Like the internship counted towards credits for my degree. But I had to write like academic papers and stuff for it. Like basically on the stuff that I was doing. But yeah, this has been my first corporate job. Like I said, worked in 24 as an intern, and then I worked full time. I've been working full time all of 2025, and then so far through 2026. Yeah, physics is hard, man. Physics is a hard degree. I definitely wouldn't describe myself as a genius, though. Like, I'm definitely not. I mean, I think I'm definitely someone who likes math and science. We're getting absolutely destroyed this game, by the way, but I'm definitely someone who likes math and science, but I'm definitely not someone who's like... There was definitely a level when I was in those classrooms of, like, I could tell how smart some of these people were, and I was like, yeah, some of these guys are going to go get PhDs, and that makes sense. But it is a crazy statistic that, like, I think I saw something that the average person who gets a physics degree is like a borderline genius. So if you sit there and you, like, IQ-wise, right? So if you pull them out randomly in a class, like, odds are they're going to be basically a genius and have an IQ of, like, what, like 140 or something like that? I don't know. I definitely wouldn't consider myself someone like that. I tried, like, very hard in college, and I've tried very hard in my degree, too, or in my job. Like, I can definitely tell there are some people who are just, like, way better at, they are just so much quicker with the way they think, and there's there's levels to this.
Using our radar.
No, yeah, so engineering management. So yeah, I've only been in my company for like I said 2.5 years, but there are people who have came through my program, and what the hell is a president? There are people who have came through my program and who actually is my manager right now. My manager, he went through the exact same program I did. He went through it like 10 years before I did, though. So engineering management is definitely something that I could do. I just saw a guy actually within my company who went from a he went from a mechanical engineer to, I believe, a product management sort of sales guy, which was very interesting. I think he went into, I don't know if he went to sales engineering or product management, but you can definitely move laterally. And technical sales, I'm maybe not as familiar with that, but I have found that in the company I work for, there's quite a bit of flexibility and there's quite a bit of lateral moves you can make. For me, I personally am not super interested in it right now. I think I'm never going to say never, right? I think becoming a manager and doing that would be interesting. But I like my job so far. It would have to be the right opportunity that came. I would have to get kind of an idea of what the responsibilities would be. I have noticed that the managers typically that I see at my company, they work the most. Like, there are engineers. There's like one systems engineer guy who's like just an absolute library of knowledge. But when you get into engineering management, like, you are expected to be there a lot. You are expected to be there for, I see my manager or my previous manager and the group I was in before. Dude, he's there from like 8 to 6 every day. And me as an applications engineer, like, if I don't have anything to do, if there's not customer demos and requests, like, you know what I mean? I can take a couple days, or I can work kind of half days. I can work on data analysis. So for me, like, I've seen how hard those managers work and how, like, you have to be so dedicated and so ingrained in your job and know so many different things from so many different fields that it's not something that interests me a lot, but it's something that I know I can't even do right now. Like, I would not be a good manager right now just because I'm too young in the field. And I don't know how that works with finance. I don't know. Maybe you have a lot more experience than me. Maybe you know what I mean? But, it took this guy who went through the same program as me, who's my manager now. It took him, 10 years, and he went through like 3 different groups, right, to become a manager. And I think even then, I think he's learning a lot still as a manager. I think he's learning as a manager, right? So it still takes a lot. Yeah, I mean, no, I don't think they work 80 hours a week. That's what I will say. I will say that the managers, I will say that yeah, exactly. Like, I have a good work-life balance, right? But what I will say is, in my previous group, so my previous group was a research applications group. And my research applications group, that's where I had the boss who was there a lot. Like, yeah, he was there from probably like 8 to 6. Like, sometimes I worked, the nice thing about my company, and again, I know this isn't like this at every company, but the nice thing about my company is that I have a lot of flexibility with when I work. I can sit there and, I can show up at, I can show up at 10 if I want to. As long as I'm getting my shit done, like, they don't really care. And that might not be the case with every company, but that's the case with the company that I'm at, right? And I've noticed that with other companies too. And so for me, I want a work-life balance. What I will say is that there are definitely times during my time, at this company, that I've worked like 70-hour weeks as an engineer. But the thing is that, so I worked as an intern in a particular group, in a research applications group, where we kind of, we're on the very cutting edge, right? We work on products that we want to sell customers soon, but aren't quite ready for it. The group I'm in now is a customer-facing group. So I actually interface with the customers, and I noticed that my work-life balance is so much better in this group. And so it really just depends. Like, once you get to the workforce, like I said, there's a lot of lateral moves you can make. And I think you'll find that, like, you may have a lot better of a work-life balance at the same company doing a very similar thing in a different group and with a different boss. I noticed that the engineering, he's a senior manager, the guy who I was in a group with before. And, he works probably, like I said, like 50-hour weeks every single week. But my boss now works from home like 2 or 3 days a week, right? Probably 2 days a week, I would say. Right? He probably works from home like 2 days a week. And, like, he's just so much more chill. It seems like he takes his job a little bit less seriously. And it really shows in my group and my work-life balance. So I would say that, I would definitely say that the one manager is probably more respected, the one who's there all the time. I could see him becoming like a GM or a VP because he's so technical. But if that's not what you want, you don't have to work, 80-hour weeks. There's definitely a lot more flexibility in the world of corporate America than I think is presented sometimes. Whether you're an engineer or a manager, I've just seen what it takes to become a manager, and I don't know, man.
RSR-71's in the air. Ready for deployment.
Maybe not for me, but we'll see. I think as I learn more, maybe I'll change. Nice, I got my dogs. Sorry, I know that was a super long answer, but I guess the point is that I think that on average, managers typically work more, but there will be weeks as an engineer where you will work a lot. And so I don't know how that really translates in the finance world, but if you want to become an engineer or you want to do that, like, know that when crunch time happens, you know, your manager is going to be the one who expects you to put in the work, right? And it is kind of annoying, but, you know, they definitely, I found that managers definitely, you know, use the fact that they're not the engineers, right? They're the people who are trying to set things up and put you in a good position. But ultimately, when crunch time happens, like, they're going to help you out. They're going to put you in a good position, but they're not going to be working those 80 hours a week. You know, they expect you to, though. Man, I'm actually having a really good game. Oh, that sucks. I should probably actually go off the edge so that I can do that. Yeah, you don't have to force it. Go where your heart desires, as they say. You don't want burnout, extra duties. Yeah, I agree, man. Like, my job, like, I'm so blessed. One, you know, I made a you know, video about this, right? About the, you know, the 9 to 5 and about entrepreneurship. Like, I definitely think since you're, you know, you're so far in your degree, like, it's definitely a good job, obviously, to keep going and to be as optimistic as you can be. That's the thing. Optimism takes you a long way. Like, coming in things with a good attitude. Like, there's so many I think one of the biggest reasons why my boss even hired me is I don't even think I was a good intern, right? I just think that he saw that I approached things with a good attitude, and that, like, I did not have a good time at this company, and I did not want to be here. But once I talked to him, and I think once he saw that, like, oh, this kid actually wants to work really hard, and he, you know, he really wants to try. He may not be very good at this right now, but he wants to try, and he approaches things with a good attitude. Like, that goes a long way. Yeah, that's insane. And investment banking up to 80 hours per week is absolutely crazy. You barely get time to enjoy what you make. Yeah, exactly. And I think, again, there's you know, moments in your life where you can do that, right? There's seasons where you doing that is probably going to be okay. But if that's like your whole career, and like you're doing nothing but sit there and and work and think about work and take phone calls, like, that just sounds awful. And I'm definitely thankful that's not how my job is. At times it has been. Like I said, crunch time, when it happens, like, you know, it does, but oh shit, man, like, it definitely definitely a lot of times where that's not the case as well. That's actually, I was going to talk about this in my actually in my video coming up here in my 25 rules for life, talking about how you should try to make your passion, you know, and your profession the same thing, right? But don't forget about the money, because that's the biggest thing. A lot of people forget about the money, and a lot of people will sit here and they will, you know, either, I guess, get a degree that doesn't pay anything but is really, you know, that they're really passionate about, or they'll get a job and they'll only consider the money. And I think both of those are not good solutions, right? I think you should sit here and you should try to make your passion and your profession the same. And again, that's hard, right? It's not an easy thing to do, but it's certainly the goal. It's certainly the attempt at life, I think. I think that's the biggest thing to try to do. And don't forget about the money, too. I think so many people, like I said, yeah, like, oh, don't worry about the money, it'll come. It's like, no, like, you definitely should worry about the money. Like, the money's pretty fucking important, but also it's not everything. That's the emphasis, right? Like, don't take a job where you're going to be absolutely miserable, but don't get a degree where you're not going to make any more, you know, any money. Like, both can be true. Oh, wow, he really got me. Yeah, I think that's actually good. I just kind of thought about that, but yeah, don't stay somewhere where you're miserable, right, just for the money, but don't get a degree that doesn't pay anything either. Like, oh, man. Fuck this guy, bro.
We lost B. Enemy spy plane above. Friendly
Oh, that guy's annoying.
Charlie secure.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And I think that's what's so scary about AI is that, like, I don't know, man. Like, people are gonna have so much less purpose. Like you're saying, you like helping people and you like, seeing people what they, love to do. But it's like, man, so many jobs are gonna be eliminated. Like, it is just, it's honestly super scary. I don't know if you caught the end of that conversation earlier, but like, I genuinely think that our world is headed towards, this is the far future, but genuinely headed towards communism. And like, you're going to have a few people own all the wealth, all the robots, all the assets, and then you're basically just going to have a huge government. But what it's going to look like is just a bunch of companies. Or not even a bunch of companies, like just a few companies that own everything that'll basically resemble a government. I mean, you could argue we even have that now.
Friendly RCXD deployed. We lost Alpha.
I feel like there's gonna be like 8 dudes who come up. What? Okay, this guy's hacking, right? What? How the hell did he know I was there?
Enemy care package inbound. Enemy spy plane incoming.
Maybe they have a Blackbird or something, I don't know.
Securing Alpha. Friendly spy plane
Guy's
inbound.
pretty good, I gotta say.
Enemies jamming our radar.
Yeah, I wish you luck on your journey, man. I hope, like, going through college right now, I would be a little bit worried. Not only because of AI, and I wouldn't even say primarily because of AI. The biggest thing that I see is the labor market. Right, for me, I work at a company where, I make a decent amount of money, right? I make $97,000, and obviously, that's before taxes. And of course, that's not what it used to be, right? I mean, if you made $100,000 15 years ago, I mean, that was insane, right? But the biggest thing is the labor market. Like last year, I only got a raise of a couple percent. And that tells me that basically my company is saying, hey, if you think you can do better, go try. Right? They basically trust that the job that I have now is basically the best I'm going to get. The pay I have now is the best I'm going to get. And so they have no incentive to give me a big raise because they just don't, right? And that would be my biggest worry because AI hasn't really taken off yet. I think a lot of companies are sort of thinking that AI is going to pay off, and so they're making a lot of investments into it. But this is just the beginning of AI. My worry would be for a recession. What is the U.S. debt problem going to look like? What is the tax situation in the U.S. going to look like? Are our taxes going to go up a lot? Are companies going to start, investing less into research? Are they going to start looking at entry-level positions? Are they going to start replacing entry-level positions with AI? That could be a question, but even that, I don't know how much that's happening right this second. Yeah, exactly. 5 to 10 years from now, man, it is scary. 50 to 100 years from now is even way scarier. But I actually wonder, I'm going to look that up. How many how many entry-level jobs have been replaced? How many entry-level jobs have been replaced by AI already? Did my game just crash? What happened? Yeah, so they're saying that basically there hasn't been an exact number yet. But they said that the Goldman Sachs estimates 16,000 net U.S. jobs eliminated each month. And that entry-level hiring fell by 80% per quarter since 2023. Damn. But companies that are adopting AI, entry-level hiring fell. I don't know how often that's happening, though, in the finance world. Right? And that could be happening in the finance world, but because finance has that personal sort of spin to it. No, exactly. No, that is a little bit scary, though. The fact that companies adopting AI, hiring fell by 80% per quarter since 2023. Wow. Okay, let's go on a more positive note. How many jobs will AI create? It also says, though, that AI will create about 170 million new jobs, while displacing roughly 92 million existing roles, resulting in a net gain of 78 million. That's actually the most positive news I think I've heard about AI. So actually, there is going to be a net gain of jobs. They just may look a little bit different. Yeah, that's what they estimate. So that's actually pretty nice that they estimate that. That'd be really cool if I get a domination game again. I might just have to go jump on some Black Ops 2. You know what? I'm actually down to change it up. I think some Black Ops 2 would be fire. Played a little bit of zombies. Played a little bit of Modern Warfare 2. Some Black Ops 1. I'll play some zombies. Yeah, no, that's awesome. While this boots up, I will be right back. All right, sorry, I am back. I would say, oh, that is such a good question. Bro, that is a great question. Do I think engineers have an advantage in building wealth because of their technical skills or because of their earning potential? Oh, man, I would say that it's... This is something that's interesting to me, is that I've seen that on the people who make these types of videos, right, who sit here and make videos about Call of Duty finance, right, and they sit here and they you know, I've noticed that they're almost all engineers. Someone like JP Finance, so he's actually in the financial sector. I think he's like a financial analyst. But like so many people in this space are either business owners and entrepreneurs or engineers. So I would say that if I had to, because I see how they think is basically my point. I see how engineers think and I see how their motivations. I would say that engineers have an advantage in building wealth because of earning. Exactly. Yeah, Neon, I agree. Like, I would say because so at a company like Intel, which I would never work for because Intel's work-life balance I've heard is terrible. But the thing is with Intel that's super interesting, and what some companies do is the earning potential of engineers is essentially unlimited. So there's a parallel structure between engineers and managers. And so I think a lot of the misconception with corporate America is that, especially if you're an engineer, is that you have to go be a manager if you want to make more money and you want to have career development. But that's just not the case. I have people within my company who are chief scientists, who are, leaders of research, and they do a little bit of management, but they, some of them don't do any management. And so I would say that your wealth, the biggest advantage an engineer has is not only their current income, but their capacity to earn. I would definitely say it's that, because, not all engineers have the same technical ability. Again, like my engineering, I don't know that I would be a good electrical engineer or a good, computer scientist or a good software engineer. I don't know that I would be as good at that. But I make a decent amount, right? That's how I'm able to create wealth. But I think there is something about engineers that they like finance. Like, they like finance. They don't just like making money. They also have that kind of savviness, right? Where I wouldn't even necessarily say, maybe that's a technical skill, but there's something about engineers, about at least a lot of the ones I've seen, where they want to keep a lot of their money too. And they're not dumb with their money. Not that people are necessarily dumb with their money, but I think they realize the importance of systems and of the way the world works, because they want to find out how things work, right? And so a lot of engineers will find out how money works, how investing works. I would definitely say it's a combination, but they're earning potential, because if you are a dumbass engineer who blows all their money on stupid stuff, but you have a 401k and you have a huge income that you're getting a match on, like, you're going to get somewhere. Right? So the amount of money you make almost makes it idiot proof, where you're going to get somewhere, like I said. But if you really want to get savvy about it, you can make a lot. Hope that answers that. But
friendly counter UAV inbound.
Yeah, I'm glad I made it out in engineering, because initially I wasn't going to be an engineer. I had no idea honestly what I was going to do after school, and I'm just glad this master's program I got, because it definitely helped bridge schooling into the corporate world. And I think it's very difficult to connect schooling to the corporate world. I've had classes where I've talked about this before, this story, but where you can't use certain techniques, right? You can't use certain math, because that's not a prerequisite for the class. So you have to use algebra instead of calculus, and it's like, what the hell? Like, I should just use whatever tools I can to solve the problem. But school tries to box you in. Yeah, do I think someone with a finance and technology background could work alongside engineers without having a traditional engineering degree? Definitely. I mean, I work with people all the time. I work with marketing people. I work with people who, again, you've said you know a little bit about coding, right? And know a little bit about, kind of, seems like back-end stuff, creating different visuals and different charts. Like, that's huge. And so, you've already done some engineering. What the fuck was that? Oh my gosh. So yeah, I definitely think so. I work alongside a lot of people from, this is crazy to me, right? One of my coworkers who does very similar things that I do, talks to customers and creates recipes. Like, he got a PhD from Stanford in chemistry. And we work at the same place, working with the same lasers, the same engineering. And, he got a PhD from Stanford, right? Like that, he probably spent a lot of money on it. Very prestigious school, very smart guy. But he's very research oriented, right? So he's very to himself. He's very, he works much better as a sort of sole contributor than he does necessarily with the whole group and the collaboration space. And I think that's what's most important. And the thing that I notice more isn't necessarily even his technical skills, but his people skills. right? And so when you mentioned, finance and technology background could work alongside engineers without having an engineering degree, like you've already done some of the engineering stuff. Like you already think about that in the way. If you've done some software, if you've done some coding, you already kind of have that mindset. So I think you would work seamlessly with them as long as you have your people skills. That's the most important thing, is the people skills. Wait, what? Texas teacher breaks down after seniors struggle to read and write? What the fuck? I'm gonna use my dumbass class. Yeah, I was talking a little bit about this earlier, about the 25 rules for life that I was mentioning. And I think you heard this a little bit, but yeah, like aligning your career and passion, don't forget about the money. Another big thing that I want to do during my 20s, and I think everyone should do, is learning how to learning how to build instead of consume. And it feels like you've kind of done that already, right? I mean, if you're talking about the things that you've done with with your degree already in school, like you've already learned how to build, and that's what's important.
Going explosive. Get MSG. That's a kill.
What the fuck were those guys doing? Damn, I died. Yeah, I don't know. And I think even out of school, like hopefully you get a job right away. But even if you sit there and you don't, like I would definitely sit there and try to just get a job. Like it doesn't have to be a job in finance. Sit there and just work as much as you can. Try to invest. Try to create some margin, right? And try to build something too. Like while you're applying for jobs, while you even you're working your 9-to-5 job. If you can build a second stream of income, even if it's small and kind of fun. Oh my god, I have 2 guardians, bro. What the hell? I think that's really important. I find that I have consumed for far too long in my life.
Shot out. Let's go. Let's go.
Grab a couple of toys and let Dad strap you in the car seat. What the fuck? What I'm gonna do.
That guy. Kill confirmed.
Oh man, I almost got it. Typo, bro. Nah, it's all good, bro. It's all good. No, they destroyed my fucking guardian.
Grenade! Boom!
No. Oh damn. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times too, people in their 20s, they kind of treat their 20s, right, as this like, holding period, right? I see so many people sit here and they treat their 20s as, hey, I can do it later, right? I can sit there and I can invest later. I can just have fun now. And then when you get to 30, it's like, bro, you're underdeveloped, you're underinvested, right? You don't have a good 401k, you don't have retirement, and then it's like, what do you do now? Now panic sets in, right? Because you were supposed to create during your 20s. You're supposed to create a retirement, create, a good life for yourself, for kids if you want them. But if you sit there and you waste it, like, honestly, I can't wait for this video to come out so I can kind of explain all these things. But typo, bro. What'd you typo, man? How do you typo a whole sentence? What the fuck? Oh my gosh, look at that guy. Look at that loser. But yeah, I would say that would be one of my rules too. Like, it sounds like you're on top of it, man. If you're thinking about these things, like you're doing a lot better than most people I know in their 20s. And I feel like a lot of times when I say that, it can come off as like, oh, never relax. Like you always have to hustle, right? But I feel like the idea of your 20s and the goal should just be building something most weeks, right? Most weeks and most days, just sitting there and realizing that like your 20s are genuinely your most important decade in your life. Like everything good and bad starts in your 20s. Bad health habits, right? Like that starts to catch up to you in your 30s.
Hostile UAV above.
If you sit there and you live in your 20s, like you're never gonna get sick, right? You sit there and you don't invest, well then your dollars at the start of the decade in your 20s, right, are worth 88 in retirement. They can multiply 88 times by the time you're ready to retire. At the end of your 30s, or at the end of your 20s, I think when you're 30, I think it's 22. So I think it goes down by 75%. No, that's great. Yeah. Let me know if the volume is good too. But yeah, that's great. Like, sit there and do the hard work now, let you build, and then let your creations, right, and career will pay for itself later. And the nice thing is too, is as you start in your 20s and you start creating a 401k and start creating investments, then they start working for you. And that's the biggest thing about $100,000, which I was talking about the other day in my video, is if I sit here and I have $100,000 invested, if it grows by 10%, dude, I just made 10 grand, right? I made 10 grand for literally having my money invested in the stock market or in certain things, right? But I see so many people who I don't even think have $100 in their fucking bank account because, like, dude, there's so many. I'm not gonna call them out, but like, there's a lot of people our age who are not taking the future seriously. I feel like I always try to have this angle, and it's kind of morbid, but I always try to have this like deathbed test, right? Of like what would I have wanted to do? Like, I want to get to the end, right, and have it just be like, I did everything, I tried everything I could, right? And I tried to live the best life I could, and there was nothing that my heart told me to do that I didn't listen to, right? And whether that was starting this YouTube channel, just streaming, and just, hey, if no one views, okay, whatever, right? But like, I've already got people in here who are saying, yeah, this is helpful, like, let's talk about stuff, and that's been awesome. And I'm glad I tried it, I'm glad that I've tried it, I'm glad I've done it, because it's been super enjoyable, and it's been a great experience. That's actually one of my rules for life too. I want to talk about not necessarily knowing what's going to make me happy, right? But just trying the things anyway, and also not quitting after failure. It's the same thing with school, right? Like getting the degree, sticking through, pushing through, and just knowing, okay, you know what, I got the degree. Now I'm investing a lot. Like, I'm probably not going to be super upset on my deathbed that I invested a lot and I had a lot of money in retirement. Or if something happens to me before retirement, that my family got a lot of money, right? I'm probably not going to be super angry about that. I hate C4s in this game so much. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking in this game. C4s are so fucking... Oh my gosh. C4s are so nuts. Oh my gosh. Most of the people I know are either unemployed or pregnant or no schooling or partying. No, 100%. Dude, even like, I feel confident my sister won't see this. And like, again, I love my sisters, right? But like, they sit there and they complain about their finances and about not being able to afford certain things. But it's like, but they sit here and they like go out and party every weekend. They go on vacation, and I'm like, yeah, you understand that like that's kind of what you can't do in your 20s and 30s, right? If you want to sit there and create wealth. I'm not saying you can't have fun, right? One of my tips also was like be frugal and not cheap. Like, you can go have fun. Yeah, I went to Italy last year and got engaged and spent like $5,000 on a ring and spent $5,000 on a vacation. Like, that was an amazing experience. But I don't do that every single year. That was like potentially a once-in-a-lifetime trip, potentially a once-in-my-20s trip. But I see my sister going out. She's on like a cruise like every weekend. Or she's on like at a fucking concert or going out and drinking. And I'm like, bro, like, one, that's adding up to your body, right? Your body is going to sit there and hate you one day because of how, but also like, what is your investments look like, right? Hey, maybe I'm wrong, maybe she has a lot of investments, but I don't know. She wasn't talking about that so much. And she told me too, like, oh, I got everything in my bank account, and I like zero out every month, and I'm just like, damn, bro, like that sucks. Yeah, how old are you, Drizzle, man? I mean, I'm 24, and honestly, like, the thing is for me, is the nice thing about my job, yeah, I'm 24, maybe I do know a lot of this stuff. I don't know, I'm just so interested in it, that for me, it's like, it's natural, right? It's not something that it's not something that's boring. You know, sometimes I watch videos with my wife on, on YouTube, and she just gets so bored by it, right? Well, it's just not how her brain works, right? Her brain just doesn't work like mine. Like for me, I love learning about finance, and I love learning about, you know, managing my own portfolio and making it my own. And I kind of manage hers as well, right? It's kind of manage our money. It's something I like doing.
Track reload.
Be advised, hostile.
Smoke.
And yeah, I'm happy to explain any time, man. Like that guy is probably so pissed. Oh, you said. Oh, and I'm probably like a couple years younger than you. Yeah, man. 21, about to be 22 in December. I would have thought you were in finance and went for your channel, man. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I honestly probably could be in finance if I want to. I mean, I think that's kind of the thing, though. You know, like I was saying, you were mentioning, like, you have a finance degree, not an engineering one, and do you think it'd be compatible? It's like, I already think your brain, if you're going into finance, like, I already think you work the way I do, too. We may have different strong suits, right? You may be better at finance, and maybe I'm better at engineering, right? But if it was the complete opposite, I wouldn't be surprised.
Don't quit now.
Yeah, that's great, man. Yeah, like for me, the biggest thing that I would research too is, like I said, the U.S. debt problem. I talked about that a little bit earlier. Like the fact that the U.S. is basically running out of people who want to buy their debt, and so that's going to hugely impact your chances of getting a job. It's going to hugely impact what assets do in this next year. Like that is the shit that I think is actually the concern, not necessarily the not necessarily the AI thing. I mean, AI is a big part of it, but like. The U.S. government, when unemployment reaches a certain point, the U.S. government, and I don't know if you live in the U.S., I imagine you do. At a certain point, the government's going to have to intervene with AI, right? Because once unemployment reaches 10%, I mean, I don't know, let's just say there's 250 million people in the U.S. who work, working age people. If you have 10%, you have 25 million people without jobs, without purpose, without a paycheck, right? Like you are going to have civil unrest. So the government's going to have to step in. There's no way. And if you see a bunch of people going to college and having it be hopeless and sitting here and having no worth, right? Like, and I'm not saying that's going to be you, but I'm saying I can imagine a situation like that. You're going to have to do something. So that's why I wouldn't be incredibly worried about getting a degree. The biggest thing I'm always worried about at the end of the day is how much debt you go into and how much you're projected to make, right? Because if you're 50 grand in debt and your loans are at 3 to 4 or 5%, like you could hustle and pay that off quickly, right? You could sit there and you could flip stuff on Marketplace. You could work, again, even just like a local place. You don't have to work in your degree. Obviously, that's the goal, right? To go to college. But even if it takes a while for you to get a job and maybe there's certain skills you still have to get or certain things you want to work on or certain things they expect, maybe you've been through the interview process and you've gotten that feedback. I think that is, $40.6 trillion. Yeah, I think that's what's important. It's just not going into a lot of debt. And if you're into a lot of debt right now, like that's okay. You can always refinance it later. I think my game's going to bug out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say 0 matches is crazy. Yeah, no, I'm going to come out with a video. I think that's going to be my next video. It's talking about America's debt problem. It is insanity.
Team deathmatch.
Absolute insanity.
Lock 'em and load 'em, ladies. It's go time. We've taken control.
Let's see. Nuclear engineering or electrical engineering or chemical engineering for masters, because I don't know how how it is over thing, but I know they won't. What do you mean by that? Maybe I'm not understanding that last part, but yeah, in terms of nuclear engineering, I mean, dude, they're some of the smartest people. Like, I would want to see what types of things they do, right? And honestly, with AI, you might be able to get a summary, right? Or like, what are the skills that you have to have, or what are the things that they would study. Neon, you're a few $1,000s in debt? Damn. For what, bro? Yeah, nuclear engineering. I've heard a lot of good things about chemical engineering. It's so weird, though, too, because like chemical engineers, this is like an example of a chemical engineer job. You could work for a company, developing like, I don't know, you could be developing all sorts of new fabrics. Like that could be a chemical engineer, right? You could sit there and develop that. You could look at, I've seen people who majored in chemistry who do like food science, right? Who come up with new foods to sit there and to make them like highly palatable. Like there's so many different things that you can do with those jobs. I'm 26. I'm a journeyman that builds substations. What the fuck? What is it? A substation? I'm not even sure I know what that is, man.
UAV above.
Yeah, I gotta get, if people have Xboxes and Black Ops 2, I gotta get like a group going to like play with people on here. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Kill confirmed. He's gone.
God, this gun is so beautiful. It's so good in this game. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's hard because there's so many different types of engineering, right? I don't think you can really go wrong being an engineer. And like I said, for me, like I majored in physics, so I do applications engineering. Like that's very like general, right? But like my sort of job, what it looks like is setting up, right, a DOE, right, a design of experiments. Like I'm good at sitting here and saying, okay, I have this material that I have to drill, and I want to test, this many process conditions. How do I, use the laser to drill, over across this process space? Because, really what we want to do is the customer basically wants to drill material in my space and do it as efficiently as possible. And so my job is to basically curate a recipe for them that does that. And so I basically have to sit here and run a bunch of experiments, do a bunch of data analysis, right? That's kind of what my weeks look like. And then maybe have discussions with the customers, send reports to them, send reports to marketing guys. That's kind of, my engineering role is much more in the marketing and sales sort of aspect of it. I interact with those guys a lot. And in my day-to-day, I have to understand the basic physics, the laser material interactions, but I'm not like using CAD software, right, that much. I'm not using, doing a bunch of designs like a mechanical engineer would do. I'm not doing a lot of coding like a software engineer would do. I'm using the products that those guys do, like mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, software engineers. Those guys are nitty gritty. Same with systems engineers. Systems engineers basically evaluate how the software interacts with the actual hardware, and they're sort of a know-it-all, like huge library of knowledge. But like a systems engineer, like that's very like general. A systems engineer, like the way I describe it, is like it literally just means you know how to do a lot of shit with the system. You basically are like a library of knowledge. Typically, they're very old, kind of grumpy, but they know so much that you go to them with all your questions. And then applications engineers, I don't think there's a single apps engineer at my company that's under like 35. Oh, sorry, I don't think there's one that's over 35. They're all very young. They typically have to travel. Earnings are pretty high, and as a journeyman, you get a boss. The apprentices around to do the work, mainly just keep them in check. Cut a copper wire and got in trouble because it took out a community, had to work overtime. You're an electrical engineer? Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I've heard electrical engineering is fucking hard, dude. I think the hardest engineering degree is probably aerospace, but like... Oh, wow. Yeah, I've heard that one's... That was what I wanted to do, was either mechanical or aerospace engineering. But, man, those guys are so smart.
Operation complete. Nice job, grunts.
Yeah, who's gonna tell, bro? Yeah, man, I'm actually really glad. I feel like we've had some great conversations tonight. Those were some great questions, man. Yeah, man, that's... I definitely want to see, like, what are the most AI-proof jobs? What are the most AI-proof jobs? Sorry about that. I hope that wasn't too loud. What are the most AI-proof jobs? Yeah, firefighters. That's probably true. Yeah, see, we were talking about pilots earlier. It says firefighters are probably number 1. Airline pilots are number 2. Nurse practitioners are number 3. 4 is physician assistants. This is all medical field. Mental health counselors, that makes sense. Skilled trades like plumbers and HVAC. Elevator installers. I gotta say, I have yet to meet someone who is an elevator installer. Yeah, nurse practitioner, that totally makes sense. They say that information security analysts and security architects, that's interesting. Research scientists require creative problem solving, and then teachers and instructors. Yeah, that's, man, that is kind of the thing too. If there's a degree that requires a lot of schooling, I think in general it's probably still good. Like doctors, research scientists, like if you have a PhD and you go to a good university and you're studying, like there are plenty of companies that will want you. Because you got to sit there and put stuff on a test bench, and you got to sit here and take the data, and like AI can't do all that yet. You might have robots that'll be able to do that in the future, but like, got to be able to move around and that stuff. Yeah, you're designing solutions yourself, or mostly helping customers implement existing products. So, yeah, basically what we do is, let me think about that question. Yeah, I'm basically... there are a lot of customers who already have our machines, so I'll help if they need assistance with demo support. So they'll have a new product, you know, they basically buy our systems, and we basically sell our systems to high volume manufacturers, you know. So I've done projects with NVIDIA, my company's done projects with Apple. We're in the Samsung sort of, space as well. Like we have companies that work with Samsung. There are a lot of companies that we work with, and there's a lot of different manufacturers that we sell to. So we basically have these laser drilling systems, and we sell them to high volume manufacturers, and those high volume manufacturers use them to drill panels, right? They drill copper panels, and they drill a bunch of holes in them, and then later those panels will be used in smartphones and printed circuit boards. And so my goal is basically, as you mentioned, I am designing solutions when the customer asks them. They say, hey, we have this new panel, we're trying to drill this on this system that you have. We have no idea basically what to tell the laser how to drill this. We don't know how to do this. We don't know the systems like you. Can you come out and help us? So I'll go out there. If they've already bought a system, I'll support them, train them up on the system, say this is how I use it, this is what I do to create solutions, and And that's kind of the primary role. Or if we're in talks with a customer who wants to potentially buy a system, I won't go to them. They'll just send me material and say, hey, can you drill this? Can you make the holes in the material look like this? And then can you send us a report after and we'll evaluate it. And so it's definitely a combination of designing these solutions myself and help. Yeah, I definitely, like, once they purchase a system, typically, I will go to their facility as well. That's actually what I might be doing in China here in a few weeks, is going and training them, training a customer who just bought, they actually just bought like 60 systems. And the systems that we have, like, dude, they cost like $1 million. They're like really expensive. Now, obviously, I don't see all that money. I don't get a bonus for it. But, yeah, the company, especially with, oh my God, look at that guy's emblem. Especially with AI taking off, like there are going to be like hundreds of our systems ordered throughout China. And so I actually might have to go multiple times this year because the demand is getting so high.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Let me see. Let me see this fucking idiot. Look at this fucking guy, dude. Okay. Look at that. That's funny. Oh, wow. There we go. Tom fucking Jones, bro. And then fucking Bomber. Nice.
He's gone.
What is mine? Yeah, mine's cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, I definitely will. I was thinking about maybe... Man, we're getting absolutely destroyed in this game. I was thinking about making you know, I want to maybe do a face reveal at some point. I think if my channel gets big enough and enough people want it, I would do a face reveal. But I was actually thinking about doing like a vlog or something. And like showing my experiences over there. Maybe I'll do a video or something. But the weird part is they have like YouTube banned and shit. So... I don't know. I'm going to have to get a workaround for that, but I don't know. It's... Yeah. But yeah, what's the biggest conception about applications engineering? I mean, honestly, I think the biggest misconception is that people just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I mean, let me look up applications engineer, right? It says it's a technical profession who acts as a bridge between software/product development teams and end customers. That's accurate. I would say that, yeah, when I say that, people just are like, what does that mean, right? Because it doesn't really say a lot. You can apply so many different things. Right, like, I could sit here and say that, like, I don't know, it's a software/product development team and end customers. Like, it's like... It's basically just showing customers how the system works. But I have to have a sort of knowledge about the software and the systems aspect of it. While their skills, or while they may have coding skills, their focus is on customizing, integrating, and supporting applications to meet specific client needs rather than building core systems from scratch. I would say that's pretty accurate. So I'm not a product manager. I focus on technical implementation, not product strategy, right? Not a field application engineer because they work with sales teams but are not primarily in the field. Yeah, that's so interesting though. Yeah, when you said, what is the biggest misconception people have about electrical engineering? That is an interesting question. Yeah, so... But basically what I do, right? Yeah, so you've kind of got it.
Light 'em up.
The idea is that we basically just have a laser on a system, and the system can drill material. And I basically just have to sit there and tweak the way that the laser drills in order to maybe I can get a video and honestly show you guys. But I sit here and demonstrate to customers. My boss says this. He says, when people ask you what you do, say this. I blow shit up at a microscopic level. That's basically what I do. I use a laser to destroy a material at a microscopic level. And what ends up happening is that is then used to plate electronics and make printed circuit boards. And I just have to prove to a customer that our system is what they want. And it does the application, drills the holes in the right way. And, yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Go boom. Yeah, fucking material go boom. That's exactly right. I blow shit up at a microscopic level.
Friendly care package inbound.
Lightning strike, huh?
Strike awaiting coordinates.
Our sensor has captured your target.
Friendly lightning strike inbound.
Oh, nice. Cool. 3 fucking kills. Yeah, after this game, I'll show a little bit of... I'll see if I can find a video about these systems without, like... It probably doesn't matter if you guys work at the company I work... Or know the company I work at, but... I'll try to get a video that doesn't really show anything. Yeah, you know, it is fun. It's kind of monotonous, right? But it's like... You know, we have this big system, and you can open the hood up, and you can put a panel on, right? And the panel, to be very simple, is just, it's just a metal copper panel, right? Again, I mean, you've probably seen a printed circuit board and what electronics look like. And we basically just use the laser to drill holes in it. And those holes are used to essentially build connections. I don't exactly know how all the chemistry works, but that's the part that we take place in, right? The laser drilling part. And my job is to know how the system performs, because, you know, we don't have just like a laser. It's not like a laser pointer, right? I mean, it's a big laser, and it's a very powerful laser. And it would destroy your eyes if you looked at it, right? It's pretty powerful, and so I have to sit there and you know, show the customers how to use the tool and how to set up the experiments that I do in order to get the solution that they want. And, yeah, it can be pretty challenging. It is kind of boring because a lot of the times it's like you drill, you know, like hundreds of different possibilities, right? Or, you know, hundreds of different sort of variations of the power with the laser and stuff like that. And then, you know, what you hope for is that you get something that looks good. But what can be very difficult is when you don't get anything that looks good and you try for a very long time and you just keep drilling and then you keep analyzing and then you just can't get anything, you know. Software can be like that too, right? I mean, if you sit there and you keep testing software and it keeps breaking, it's very annoying, but... Let me, Yeah, and I guess if you had to say it simply, like, I basically listen to a customer's problem or requirement, and then I use my skills to figure out how our product or system can deliver that solution, right? Like, that would be the best way to say it. A customer comes to us with a problem, and then it's my job to sit there and to say, all right, let me try to get you a solution. I would say that those questions, I would honestly say that, I don't know, I interpret those questions as almost being the same thing. When you're talking about, do you think the biggest threat to people's financial future is inflation itself, or the fact that incomes aren't keeping up with cost of living? That's a great... It's hard because, yeah, like, it feels like the cost of living wouldn't be going up as drastically if inflation wasn't such a bad problem, right? So it feels like inflation is sort of the problem in both of those scenarios, right? Where cost of living, right, it keeps going up because there's just more dollars, right? There's oh no. No, I should have killed that guy. That was really bad.
That one hurt our reputation.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that yeah, I feel like inflation, because it's really difficult, because the thing is that inflation just means your dollars are going to be worth less, right? So theoretically, if inflation was 0, then it really would, I mean, it would seem that, like, I mean, I guess I could say, like, the average increase in cost of living yeah, so that's so difficult. Yeah, I don't know. That's because it says wage growth in 2026 is about 0.5 percentage points above CPI, meaning nominal wages are slightly ahead of the official inflation rate. So I actually think that, like, I'm actually gonna, what should I do? I'll use MP7. So I actually think the problem with, I think the bigger problem is inflation, just because wages don't necessarily need to grow, right? Wages don't necessarily need to grow if inflation is fairly stagnant, right? Because that means your dollars are roughly worth the same every single year. And I think we actually see this, I think, in countries like Switzerland, right? Where their inflation, they have some of the strongest currency in the world because they don't print money. And I mean, yeah, they don't print money, right? They have a very strong currency because of that. Their purchasing power, their inflation is almost near 0. And so your purchasing power every single year doesn't really change. You're not going to sit there and live so much worse off because you don't invest a bunch of assets. Like, you can just work a regular job, right, and have wages and sit there and live, because the inflation doesn't completely erode your purchasing power away. But that's what inflation does. It just completely erodes purchasing power.
Friendly UAV inbound.
I think also a really good question would be, like, in a society in general, what's worse, higher inflation or higher unemployment? And that is an interesting question. That was unfortunate, because I would say it's probably both. But if I had to guess one, I would probably say inflation. Like, to me, it's just, man, because inflation, if it's 2% every single year, right, it's not only 2% on what it is this year, but because, you know, it's an exponential growth, right? 2% of you know, year 1, and then year 2 is going to be 2% of that additional 2% too, right? And so, yeah, that's actually what I want to make a video about too, about the U.S. debt problem. Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, if the U.S. continues to run large deficits and the national debt and inflation keeps growing, how should people position their portfolios? I mean, again, I want to emphasize that this is not financial advice, but what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to look at Bitcoin a lot more. I'm going to look at continuing to invest in the market, but Bitcoin, I'm going to look at gold. And you can see this. I think gold the other day went up by a couple percent. And Bitcoin, up in the last 5 days, is up by like 25%. because of what happened recently with the US dollar. Basically, the Federal Reserve said that they're going to print more money because the bond markets, people across the world and countries across the world don't want to buy US government debt anymore because they don't view it as a safe investment and a safe asset to have, because they don't think the US is going to be able to pay back their debt. And so because there's less buyers of it, yeah, they're going to have to, sit there and you can sort of see the financial plumbing in the US system start to break down. And so for me, I want to sit there and have some hedges against the dollar in case it gets really weak and countries continue to go away from it. So yeah, I would definitely say more Bitcoin, more gold. Definitely in the stock market. There's these really interesting statistics to show that, like, in the third year of a presidential term, which 2027 will be the third year, right? The stock market typically goes up by like 30% on average. Now, that's not to say that's going to happen this year, but like that is something that could happen. And if they print money, that will, the stock market will go up. I'm just concerned of when a correction might happen, because the Federal Reserve printing money and sitting there and injecting the liquidity in the system, that's essentially what is preventing us from going into a recession. So yeah, I would definitely say more macro hedges, more gold, more Bitcoin, continue to invest in stocks, continue to keep cash on hand too, though, right? In a high yield savings account to sit there and buy dips if they happen, and be very careful. There's definitely going to be some volatility in the near future. I want to research some more though and make my video to get a fully accurate description, but I think in my portfolio, I'm going to try to aim for like 10 or 15% gold / Bitcoin. I'm 24 too. Like, I'm pretty young. Like, I probably don't need that much, but like, I just look at the system and I see something breaking. Worries me. I would rather sit there and maybe not have my portfolio go up, as much as stocks will, right? Maybe 20, maybe 12, 15, 20%. But then if they have a huge drawdown in it, I'd rather sit there and not have to deal with that, especially with a family now, right? It's not easy. Yeah, absolutely. Investing in stocks is definitely becoming a necessity. Yeah, I mean, if you don't put your money into some sort of asset, like, you are losing purchasing power. Your money is basically being eroded away by inflation, and that's why inflation is so important, right? To limit. But you were mentioning though, the thing is that I think we've been so used to. I think we're so used to it in the United States and Canada, a lot of these Western countries, right? About inflation. But the thing is that what's crazy is you look at a country like Switzerland, right? So Switzerland, I just looked up, has a 0.4% inflation rate. The U.S. typically has like 2.5, if not higher inflation, right? And Switzerland has 0.4%. Like, they barely have any inflation because they don't print money. They're not stupid as hell, right? They don't sit there and just look at quarterly, earnings. And they don't sit there and prioritize their whole financial system on the stock market. So that's what they try to do. And in 2025, the average inflation was 0.2%. And funny enough, energy dropped. Right, 5%, negative 5% year over year. It got 5% cheaper, and food got cheaper as well, right? And so this isn't a thing that happens in every country in the world, but in our country, we just, yeah. Hell yeah, man. Sorry, Neon, I didn't see that before. Dude, that question confuses me so much. It just feels like you repeated the same thing, but you said it differently. Mainly inflation, because that would make it harder and harder to keep pace with cost of living. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of hard because, like, inflation and cost of living are very similar, right? Because inflation is measured as the increase of cost with services and goods. So yeah, it was all inflation is key with the problem. What's crazy is that I think the dollar now has lost 99% of its purchasing power since 1913. Like, it's not that like everything suddenly got more valuable, right? It's just the dollar became worth so much less. No, Neon, you're definitely not fried when you want to get a job. Hey, good shit finding diamonds though, man. I should definitely play Minecraft on stream. That would be good. Man, you've asked some great questions, Drizzle. That's awesome. I can't remember if I've seen you comment on a video before. Like, I'm glad you've been watching though, man, because like, geez, like you're asking like really, really good questions. I don't know if I have great answers for all of them. I hope I've been able to help somewhat, but you know, I'm still figuring this out on my own too. Like, it's so difficult to know what's going to happen, and you know, having 10 to 15% of your portfolio in Bitcoin and gold, it does seem like that's a pretty aggressive hedge, especially for someone like I said that's 24. But I don't know, man. I'm going to think about that a little bit more before I make this video, but it's very bothersome what's going on with the U.S. financial system.
Threat down.
I think the previous 50 years, right, and the way that we invested in the way that things worked, I think is going to look a lot different. The future 50 years, right, and the next 50 years is going to look a lot different than the previous 50.
Shooter down. He's out.
Oh man, how did I get that guy? Yeah, good shit, Neon. Oh man, I really want to play with some people, man. Play some zombies or something, but yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? How did I not kill that guy? Yeah, and that's why I emphasize so much on this channel, like sitting here and like just creating margin, like something, bro. To sit there and invest in assets, because like your money will just get weaker. It's crazy to me, man. Crazy. It's something that like I think we always look at this country and we look at, oh, left versus right, and oh, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna elect this politician and they're gonna save me, and it's like, dude, no. Well, the number one enemy is the Federal Reserve, right? The Federal Reserve is a I would say demonic institution. I mean, it's awful. It literally has eroded away the purchasing power of ordinary American citizens, and it basically tries to keep the stock market up. I mean, that's essentially what its job has been since 2008. Since the great financial crisis, it's basically been keep asset prices up, keep the stock market going up, and basically prevent a depression. And what did they do? They printed money. So they just put a band-aid solution on it, right? Because what you do is, this is the thing, and I don't want to get too political, but when you look at capitalism has never had an opportunity, again, take this with a grain of salt, right? But it's never had an opportunity to be to thrive in a way where you allow it to self-cleanse, right? And it will. Companies have to sit there and pay their workers a fair wage. They have to sit there and they have, and again, you could argue that they don't anymore, but the reason they don't anymore is because there's such an emphasis on quarterly earnings, there's such an emphasis on the stock market going up, that that's their emphasis, doing stock buybacks and making their stock more valuable, right? And creating wealth for themselves, unfortunately. But the thing is that the Federal Reserve has just printed so much money. It's not a government institution technically. It's just it's a central bank, but it's just created money out of thin air. And so all that does is hurt individual people. That just hurts the normal people who are just trying to live their lives, who don't care about stocks, who don't sit there and make $1 gazillion every year. All it does is erode their purchasing power. Yeah, man, that's great. Yeah, I'm glad that you've been watching, and go live and let me check it out. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, I'm trying to do these streams every week. I feel like that's something, you know, with people who have done these channels, I feel like it's nice to sit there and have a stream going every single week, you know, and being able to have people check in, and I feel like it's been awesome, like sitting here and connecting with people, and I feel like people really do enjoy it. And yeah, I try to have some good answers, man. I try to think about these things before I go on stream, and really try to know and provide the best knowledge that I can, not only for myself, right, but so I can make better videos, and so I can sit there and, you know, and be helpful. And that's why I started the channel. That's what the goal is, right? So I'm appreciative that you've been enjoying. Yeah, what is your kind of what is, I mean, I know you're still in school, but like, what is your kind of thought process? What have you heard about investing in all this, and kind of what is your sentiment, and what do you feel like is a plan that you would want to, or that you'd be comfortable with? I agree. Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is like stock buybacks, right? So stock buybacks, I'm not sure if you're familiar. I mean, you probably are, but like this idea that a company can use excess money to buy, I mean, it's literally what the that's literally what the Federal Reserve is doing, right? They are buying back bonds, government issued bonds, to artificially keep the prices high, right? So that, which is just crazy. Or sorry, they want to keep the prices low. Let me think about this. Because the bond prices are low, but the yield is high. Anyways, I know basically for a company, right? A company who sits here and buys back their stock, what they do is they increase the price of the stock. Because they're basically buying shares of the stock. They're basically taking shares out of existence for the public. And so what that's going to do is, if the demand stays the same, well, there's less supply, price is going to go up, right? Instead of investing in their pensions or in their health care, in their wages, or giving them a bonus, that's what they do. They do stock buybacks. Even my company does that. I looked it up. It's just ridiculous. It should be illegal, but it's not. All it is companies oh my gosh, express again. All it is companies prioritizing quarterly earnings and stock price and their bonuses, right, over the actual employees that work for them. And again, employees will own stocks. They could benefit from that as well, but not always. And that's kind of my sentiment, right? I don't think that capitalism is this horrible system, right? I don't think it's great. I think it needs guardrails, right? I think you need to sit here and you need to, you know, the fact that, you know, it's hard to, when you look at Elon Musk, right, being a trillionaire, it's like, that's the American dream, isn't it? The fact that he created his own businesses and he's worth $1 trillion, like, who are we to tell him that he can't have that, right? And obviously it's what his companies are worth, and he just owns a lot of the companies, right? So it's not liquid, right? If he tried to liquidate all of his companies, like, that would tank the stock price. He would definitely not be worth $1 trillion anymore. But the point is, he's worth a lot of fucking money. Right? That's the point. He could be worth, probably liquid, at least, you know, tens of billions of dollars. Maybe hundreds of billions. And it's like, the fact that we have people in our streets, like, you fucking kidding me? The fact that 500 people don't have, or more than 50% of Americans don't have $500 or more in their savings account? Like, really? But we have a guy who's worth $1 trillion? Like, what does our system mean, right? So I definitely think capitalism needs guardrails. But I think it, as a system, hasn't been able to actually sprawl and actually cleanse itself in the way. Because you think about the great financial crisis, what did the government do? The government bailed out businesses. And again, it saved jobs, but at what expense, right? The idea for me, and what we should prioritize, you know, when crises happen, we should allow the system to work as it's intended. Because what's happened is you've had this outside force of government intervention. And it has basically caught, and again, I'm not saying those people should have lost their job. All I'm saying is that when a crisis happens, you should let a phoenix rise from the ashes, right? You should let the system show you what it's made out of. Because you know what that does? Think about this. Think about if you and I were coming out of college in 2008. Think about where the stock prices were at. Think about where the home prices were at. And if we're coming out of college and we're coming into years where we're making a good amount of money, that would have been a prime buying opportunity for us. But you know what it did? Is it didn't allow us to do that. It didn't allow, or you know, for people in that generation, it didn't allow them for cheap ways to get into the market cheap. It didn't allow for them to sit here and to buy home. I mean, I guess the Great Financial Crisis, that was a great time to buy homes, right? But then after the money printing started going, they just started going up, right? The price of homes just started going up and up and up and up and up. And so they robbed us of that buying opportunity. And that was what they did during COVID as well. During COVID, they printed $2 trillion. Like, go look at an S&P 500 or a stock market graph. Like, right during COVID, it shoots up. It crashes, and then it shoots up because they printed money. And that could have allowed us, if they would have let that crash further, sure. Would it have looked ugly for them, for the boomers? Sure, it would have looked ugly for them. But it would have given us generational buying opportunities. Right? And they didn't allow for that to happen because, well, that's just not what was convenient to them. They had enough money to sit there and to deal with the inflation. That's why you had like 10% inflation in the Biden years, right? And the inflation was nuts. It wasn't because Biden was a terrible president, right? It was because, I'm not claiming that he was, but I'm saying it wasn't because it's something he did. It was because the Federal Reserve printed money. Sorry, that was kind of a rant, but yeah, you're saying, yeah, maybe the issue isn't capitalism itself, but companies prioritizing short-term, shareholder returns over long-term growth. I mean, I agree, right? Like long-term growth, people who work at your company with pensions, like that all totally makes sense. But sitting here and prioritizing this short-term, quarterly growth earnings, like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm definitely focused on that too. Long-term diversification, staying consistent, right? And I try to think about it that way too. Like, can I increase my net worth and can I increase the amount I own over years and months? Not necessarily days and weeks, right? Days and weeks, it's going to fluctuate. Excuse me. But over years and months, that's where I want to sit there and continue to build and being consistent and seeing where, 30 years of consistency gets me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need to let the system burn to then rise. And that's what they haven't done. And Scott Galloway, if you guys ever check out his podcast is great. And he talks about this. I mean, this is a guy who's a rich guy who's worth $100 million, right? I like his podcast. I like what he has to say. And he talks about this. He talks about this idea that, like, you could buy all of these stocks. And I should look this up, like, Mag 10 stocks in 2008 versus now. Right, so in 2008, what, Apple, I want to sit there and see what were the stock prices after market crash 2008 versus 2026. And I should honestly get a graph. I should actually show this real quick, like S&P 500. Like, it's just so crazy. COVID is so nuts how it went down for like a couple weeks and then just shot up. But the idea is, I've heard Scott Galloway talk about this, and like there were so many cheap stocks like Google and Apple and Microsoft during the 2008 financial crisis that were unbelievably cheap. And instead of allowing those people to buy at that price, they just printed money and they just basically they literally hijacked their chance of creating generational wealth, or even just creating wealth for themselves. or for the people coming out at that time, right?
Go to work.
And the boomers, the people who have owned the assets for 40 years at that point, right, were the ones who benefited. And of course, us normal people who didn't have the fortunate, you know,
Sniper down!
we weren't fortunate to be born between 1940 and 1960, right? Like, they unfortunately robbed us of many opportunities. And COVID was the most egregious example. I mean, the S&P 500 was like 3,000 during COVID. It might have actually even been less. And now it's at like almost 8,000. Like, that is just absolutely insane.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to continue chatting with you, man. Hopefully, yeah, you stick around, and even if you get busy with life, and you check out a stream every now and then, man. It's been actually really nice talking to you. I think you've probably been, yeah, the guy who's like most like me, like I'm actually having a conversation with, right? And sitting here, and like Neon too. I love Neon, but obviously Neon, because he's a little bit younger, right? Can't necessarily. I mean, I think it's actually crazy to me how like Neon's. I think he's in middle school and he's already like learning about this stuff and talking about it. It's actually so crazy. Like, that guy's way ahead of his fucking time. Yeah, exactly. They can't see the economy be that bad. Like, I think that we've basically just been dealing with a looming crisis since the great financial crisis. I don't even think we've actually dealt with the full ramifications of what happened in 2008. I think we literally just postponed it. And the only way to, like, continue to make the plumbing in the system work is, I mean, one, they're just going to continue to print money, right? But it's to start paying off the debt. You got to start paying off the debt. You got to start sitting here and having financially responsible policies. You got to start paying the debt down. You got to start sitting there and investing in infrastructure and in your people. And you got to sit there and when the next crash happens, you have to let it burn, right? You have to let it go down. It's going to hurt. You know, and that's why, you know, as you get older, right, this is a big thing that, you know, people don't talk about as much, but as you get older, you're like, you should diversify more into bonds, right? You shouldn't be 70 years old on the brink of retirement with all your money in stocks, right? Because stocks could have a drawdown of 50%. Stocks could have a drawdown. I mean, look at the Great Depression. The Great Depression, stocks took like 30 years to get back to the point that they were at. And again, that's the Great Depression, right? But like, that was only 100 years ago. Like, we're still within the same system. Of course, we have different levers and the world has changed, but who's to say that can't happen again? We are very naive to believe that that cannot happen again. Yeah, especially as you get older, you absolutely need to be in the bonds. The only problem with the U.S. market or government is that they're not going to be able to pay bonds as much, is because, wow, I'm kind of like, oh my god. Hang on, holy oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh my gosh. That was nuts, dude. Holy shit. Absolutely destroyed these guys. Yeah, no, yeah, I think we're a generation who's going to be the first one to live worse than their parents. Like, I genuinely think that. I think that we're going to be the first generation in the history of the United States to live worse than their parents. And again, it's only if you can't create margin. I think if you can create margin and you can sit there and you can invest 500, I mean $1,000 a month of disposable income, I think you can do okay. But you have to do that. Like, there isn't a question. You will, like, looking for the government and AI to save you, like, dude, I don't think it's gonna work. I just don't think that's a reliable plan. Yeah, I absolutely destroyed. I love the KSG so much. I almost wanna, you know, it has enough rounds in it where I think I'm gonna put on 3 attachments. I feel like I sit there and hip fire enough where I could do laser sight. I don't feel like I really need reflex. Quick draw could be good. Yeah, maybe I'll do quick draw. Laser sight, I do hip fire a decent amount though. I don't know. Yeah, you know what? You've this has been a really good conversation. I'm going to talk about that more in my next video. I'm going to talk about the U.S. debt crisis and how to prepare, I think, in the next year, how I'm going to prepare. And then, like I said, I'm going to have my video coming out on my birthday about the 25 kind of rules for life, the things that I've learned in my life, the things that maybe honestly one of the things I've learned for life is that the Federal Reserve is going to continue to print money, like invest your money, because it's going to go down in value if you don't. But yeah, I can't wait for that video. Yeah, Neon's in crazy. He's in middle school. Yeah, he says that. I assume he's telling the truth. But yeah, no, he says he wants to be a lawyer or a pilot, I think, right? That's. Oh my gosh, we're getting absolutely fucking destroyed this game already. See, laser sight, I might have, yeah.
Be advised, hostile UAV.
You said it's not reliable because it's heavily in development. It's not even a finished product yet. It's like a whole gamble. What do you mean by the gamble? Am I stupid? I think I might be dumb. Oh. Oh my gosh. I mean, we are getting, holy crap, 6-0, 6-0, 3-0. Bro, we're getting destroyed.
Be advised, hostile weapons
Dude, I'm kind of like nasty as fuck with this KSG.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Yeah, AI. Yeah, you're right. It's like a whole gamble, a risk, because now... Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. Like, I think that they're relying on the AI getting us out of this, right? I think AI and then having a huge economic boom and sitting here... Do I have... I do have Ghost on, okay. Right, having a huge economic boom, I think that's kind of what they're relying on to basically take us out of this. I mean, when 50% of your population doesn't have, like I said, more than $500 in their bank account, like, that doesn't seem like your country's on a sustainable path, right? It seems like people are sitting here. And what's funny, too, is actually, I've heard one of the best indicators for a recession and for basically the financial plumbing failing is basically sitting here and looking at people who purchase new cars. Oh, how did I not get that? And so basically you look at how many new car purchases are happening, and that's a really good indicator, you know, of how the economy is doing, apparently. I don't know if that's 100% true, but heard that. Oh man, we're gonna get fucking cooked here.
Friendly care package inbound.
That's very unfortunate. Am I gonna spawn across map now? Oh yeah, that's cool.
AGR awaiting orders. AGR inbound.
Unfortunately, my team is not very good.
Changing.
We're losing this fight. Hostiles have destroyed your sentry gun.
I mean, my Guardian's doing kind of cool. Wow, that was unfortunate. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I want to take clips. I want to make shorts from this, and I want to sit there and I want to. That might be a good idea, actually. Like sitting there and posting like whether you have a question or something like that, and yeah, that'd be a really good idea. Take clips from the stream and use it for vids. Yeah, I was either thinking about doing shorts or doing actual videos, and you're probably right. I probably should sit there and when you ask me these questions, like, you know, make videos from it. Yeah, it's, you know, it's really difficult. What I need to start doing is I need to start writing this down so I have like an actual timeline. Because yeah, exactly, shorts for more exposure. That's what I want to use shorts for, is yeah, just basically for like trailers and previews, and hey, let me try to get 1,000 people to view my content, and you know, maybe I get some subs from that, or maybe I get some people who, oh, this guy makes interesting content, right, and check me out, rather than, you know, because the bread and butter is the long form, the live streams. But yeah, I think you're right, man. If you're, I haven't really heard that before. Like I've thought about it, and sitting there and you know, making videos from the live streams, but I honestly didn't think my responses were as cohesive and good enough and punchy enough, right, to sit there and to make a full video out of it. And I guess, yeah, I mean, if you're saying that, maybe I should do that. Might be repetitive for people who have watched the streams as well, and maybe they can be like supplemental kind of videos, where if I have a really good segment, or if I have a really good, you know, question that I answer or something like that, I could do kind of a live comm. Right, or even making a video where I like say like, hey, this is from my recent live stream, and here are the questions I go over, right? It is interesting. I'm thinking about that idea of making a short and having the question on screen. Like I could have the question written somewhere on the short, and then I could have my answer, like obviously when I'm speaking. And yeah, I don't know, that's very interesting. I'll have to think about that. I absolutely, on a side note, I absolutely despise these people on the enemy team. Look at this, he's gonna be right here. Yeah, I fucking knew it. He's gonna be right there. He's gonna absolutely, him and H96 and this webcam guy are fucking nuts, dude.
Let's go. I've got you.
They're so good. I have the only kill, bro. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I want to sit there and make notes of like, okay, hey, he asked this, or she asked this during this time, and this, you know, right, and then and then sitting there and actually kind of having, you know, because, you know, going through a 4 or 5 hour stream is, you know, it's not exactly super difficult, but it's not exactly the easiest thing ever to do, right? And so if I have the exact point of like, okay, this was said really well, and I could easily make a video out of this, then boom. That's what I, you know, try to kind of use the live streams for. Not only, you know, not only do I sit there and I answer, you know, questions and stuff and interact with people, but also,
Got it.
oh shit.
He's gone.
But yeah, like I said, talking about things that, you know, live, but also just learning how to like speak better, right? And learning how to be more confident in the way I speak, and you know, being able to speak for 3 or 4 hours, right? Obviously, not necessarily just by myself, right? Sitting here and interacting distracting and entertaining for 3-4 hours. That's definitely a skill, right, that I'm trying to work on.
Let's go. Let's go.
So I was thinking about making another YouTube soon about this type of stuff. I used to do gaming content, but I matured, and it was like 2K. It's not in no more, and I was talking about the economy and money, like, hey, me big sis about this, ask me anything. Yeah. I'm a vessel. Let me know your knowledge for what I know. Yeah, so you're thinking about making another YouTube soon about this type of stuff. So you used to do gaming content, but you used to do 2K gaming content. Yeah, that was kind of the thing for me too. I actually used to make videos on Rainbow Six Siege, and like my channel, like I got shorts that, you know, got like 10-20,000 views, right? Like they actually did really well, like showing like strategies and showing like different setups and like, you know, oh wow, collateral. You know, it was fun, but like, I don't know, I like kind of hated it after a while, and it just, that game infuriates me so much. It's one of like the worst games fucking ever, to be honest with you. It's just like, it just makes me want to bang my head in a wall. Yeah, so it's
Mission directive failed. Bring it next time.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you should stream too. Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to do. I feel like a lot of the, I try to make them a little bit entertaining, and like I said, try to have segments, right? And not only just have, you know, because, okay, you're chatting with me now, but there may be a time where someone's not chatting, and so I'm always trying to make it and have segments, because, you know, yeah, I mean, a lot of the people who I see stream in this niche already have a big following. And that's not super helpful for someone like me, right? Because if I don't have a big following, or if I'm just starting my YouTube channel, then how am I going to get, you know, what, am I sit here and I'm just going to magically have a big following one day? It's like, no, right? I have to make my streams entertaining, and I have to plan out segments, because like you mentioned, I can make them into videos. If someone pops in, odds are I'm in the middle of a segment that's hopefully interesting and hopefully on brand with the channel. And I can make shorts from it, and when they watch my videos, they know what to expect with the streams. And so I think that's a really big deal, and I think that's definitely the recipe for what I went for and how I try to do my channel, right? It may not be their best, it may not be right, but I don't know, I think it works for me, and I'm excited to do it. But yeah, Rainbow Six is cool. Rainbow Six is a cool game. It has a very high skill ceiling, which is nice. Like, you can't just kind of like jump onto it and like and be good, right? You have to like sit, you know, Call of Duty is a game that's very casual, where you kind of have to sit here and you kind of have to like, dude, I fucking despise these guys. You have to sit there and you have to, you know, Call of Duty is easy to get on. You get on, you jump on, it's super casual. But Rainbow Six, it's like you can get killed by a Kafkan trap, and then now you have a Montang chasing you, and it's just like, what the hell is going on here? No, I agree with you, though. Like, you have to plan out your streams, right? Because, yeah, letting the chat kind of guide your stream, sure, it works. But it only works when you have a lot of viewers. And if you don't have a lot of viewers, then you're kind of screwed, right? You know. Dude, look at this guy. Is this guy hacking? No, he's actually just pretty... okay, he's just really good. See, the webcam guy is good, but the webcam guy is like, I don't get absolutely freaking destroyed every time by him. Fucking H96 guy, dude. I mean, I can't even like look at him. Dude! Okay, I didn't even see him.
Friendly RCXD inbound.
Yeah, you wish you had your console, you had to get rid of it. Yeah, that's the exact same thing I did during school. So are you in a master's program right now? Or how does that work? Because yeah, I sat here and yeah, PlayStation. Yeah, dude, I wish I had a PlayStation because they just ported these games. I need to put on EMP grenades. EMP grenades, I need to start tryharding, but yeah, that's what I did for college. I sat there and I literally did not play for like years. It was kind of boring. Like I said, I wish I would have had a little bit more fun in college. Like, you know, I definitely did have some fun, but like I definitely like limited myself. And I wish I wouldn't have, but I mean, I don't know, it worked out, right? Like I don't know, I did pretty good in school and got pretty good grades, and I'm in a good position now, but I guess it comes with sacrifice, right? But it feels like I was maybe a little bit too hardcore sometimes, because like I legitimately would play so much in high school, and it was a big part of my life too, playing Siege with my buddies and playing Minecraft, playing Call of Duty and Black Ops 3, and it just changed so quickly when I went to college. And now I'd come home and I would play a little bit, but you know, it's not just about playing games, right? It's about the relationships that you build, and you know, some people are like my gaming buddies, you know, specifically. And so losing those relationships during college was hard. And yeah, I definitely should have been had a little bit more fun. Oh my gosh, dude. Fucking hate sentry guns. Yeah, that's why I asked about a master's for engineering and what y'all think about a master's, all this math and theory. No, actually, yeah, there's so many friends through gaming that I have too, and a lot of my buddies who I played gaming with, like, they were also my friends in, like, you know, in high school and middle school and stuff, right? So, like, I don't know if I've met anyone directly through gaming who I talk to. I guess through this channel, maybe. But I haven't really met anyone specifically that I play games with. I should create a Discord too, though. That's something I've been meaning to do. You know, and a lot of these people, like, they, you know, like, they're creating these, like, it's actually really interesting. You know, like, Why Learn and JP Finance are creating these, like, budgeting sort of, like, software templates. And I actually, like, respect it a lot. And I know it takes a lot of work, and I think it's amazing. Like, the fact that they have the time to do that, and it looks so good. You know, for me, I don't know. It's just like, I've thought about it, and I'm just like, I'm going to have to think about it more, because, like, they both did it. So to me, that suggests that, like, one, it's worthwhile, and they make a decent amount of money from it. But two, it, like, fits their brand. But for me, I'm like, well, I'm a similar channel and make similar videos, and I like them, and they're kind of inspirations. And so I think to myself, like, should I do that? But for me, I think my motivation and what I want to do with the channel, my intuition, what it says is, like, I should create that stuff for free. Like, for me, I don't really budget. Like, I don't really have a dashboard with all my finances and stuff. Like, it'd be nice to have, but to pay for $5 for it a month? Like, that's just not something I would personally do. I love what they've done, but it almost feels like, to me, like, I would rather give that tool for free and then sit there and say, oh, hey, if you pay $5 or $10 a month, you get access to my investing community. And you get access to what I'm doing, and you get access to, like, I thought about starting this thing with, like, documents, where I sat there and said, like, here's a breakdown of, like, what I would know before going to college. Like, these are the financial goals that I'm trying to make, you know, before I have a kid, before I go to college, before I, you know, quit my job. I would want to hit these certain milestones before I do that. And I have my video coming out, like, the 25 rules for life. Like, that could be a document too. Or, like, honestly, I'm thinking about potentially compiling this into a book at one point. Like, that'd be kind of cool. Having, like, an ebook. Like, oh yeah, you pay $5 a month, you get access to my ebook, you get access to all my videos a day early. But I don't know. It's like, yeah, exactly. But I would almost want to give the ebooks and the templates and softwares for, like, free. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's crazy. Maybe I sit there and I give the documents out for free, because I feel like that creates trust, right? And I feel like what I could do is just say, hey, subscribe to this website. It has a dashboard that can track all your finances and all this stuff, and you get all of that for free. You get the finance thing, you get this for free. You can feel free to donate. That's great. But right. But if you want to pay $5 extra a month, you want to pay $10 extra a month, then you can sit there and, you know, or maybe you become a channel member, right? And like I said, maybe you then you get access to an investing community, or you get access to videos early, or you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but it feels like and maybe I should actually check out their software. I don't know if you've seen their software or kind of know what I'm talking about, but I understand why they have people pay, because they've invested a lot of time and it seems great. It just, for me, like, I'm surprised they don't stream more. Because for them, their channels are so big, right? Their channels are, you know, almost 100,000 subs that, like, yeah, my fucking friend, dude, this guy is such a dumbass. Like, that's a cool one, but AJ Brooks, bro. I actually don't know him in real life, but must have been a guy I met way back in the day. But, yeah, people's emblems are funny, man. Oh my gosh, what are we doing? There we go. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like YLearn and JP Finance, you know, they sort of established the channel first and the credibility first before they came out with those. Right? Because if you're trying to sell a course or trying to sell something, but you're only at a couple hundred subs or a couple thousand subs, like, you know, yeah, you could. I'm not saying you can't do that, right? But it becomes a lot more credible when you get their trust first, and then you sit there and say, hey, look, this is all for free, but, like, I'm going to provide you value for free, but if you want to sit there and donate, you're more than welcome to. And also, like, they're, like, you know, here are these really cool options. But it feels like just the software to track your finances and to budget, like, I don't know, like, it seems interesting. I maybe should buy their software for a month, and I should maybe check it out, because I'm not even hating on it. I'm just, like, thinking, like, intuitively from what I know about it, it doesn't sound like it'd be something I would be interested in paying for. But I don't want to sit there and write it off, right, if I haven't even given it a chance. Oh, that wasn't my intention. So yeah, definitely not being critical of them of that. I kind of wonder, like, you know, because I'm a channel in this space, it's like, okay, what if my channel hits 100,000, right? Well, is that something that I should consider doing? Because it doesn't feel like something intuitively that I'm, like, crazy about. And maybe I do. Like I said, maybe I build it, but I build it for free and monetize it otherwise. But I don't know. Something I've thought about. Yeah, that's something I wanted to consider too, is like trying to get advertisements or trying to contact people, like brands and stuff. I thought that would be interesting. Like, but I don't really know how that works, like a faceless channel. Like, I feel like I've seen people do that, but typically they show their face, you know, so I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, that's... They are pretty cool, man. I mean, the fact that those guys have almost 100,000 each is awesome. But I also think about, yeah, like, feels like this space has so much room to grow still. And I could, you know, hit a lot of subs, right? I could end up growing my channel and... Yeah, I feel like that too. Yeah, there could be some ways around it. Like, I definitely feel like that's an option. Because I feel like most of the people I've seen online, brand deals is what they actually end up. Is what they actually end up making a lot of money from. Like, most of the people that I see. But it's difficult, I don't know. I'm just excited for where the channel can go. How did I not hit that guy? Yeah, I'm thinking about creating like documents or like creating like investing guide videos or like what I'm doing and like maybe update them every year. And you're right, it could even get an ebook, right? And you know, it could be something that's interesting
Hostile care package
to do.
inbound.
Of like, you know, like I said, my full kind of guide for life, and it can go investing, it can be fatherhood, it can be the 9 to 5, right? It could be all sorts of things combined. And I'm actually kind of like destroying this guy. Did I just get a bloodthirst on that guy? Hello, what the hell are these guys at?
Be advised. Hostile stealth chopper inbound. Hostile counter UAV above. First down. Be advised. Hostile lightning strike inbound.
Are you kidding me? No, yeah, I'm excited too. I need to think about it a little bit more. Oh wow, that guy got predicted, man. I need to think about it a little bit more and think about exactly what my plan is for my channel. What the fuck?
UAV
Oh,
awaiting
why'd I call that in? Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, maybe I'll have to think about that on stream and get some suggestions, or just kind of think about it some more. But yeah, I definitely think doing some like an ebook and a subscription model could be cool. And so I want to do more with my channel, you know, and I do spend a lot of time on it, you know, and you know, I've only been doing it obviously full time since losing my dog and coming back for a couple weeks. So definitely something I want to continue to grow. And I you know, I told myself too, one of my rules for life is that I want to sit here and commit to this for a year and just see where it goes. And yeah, where I'm from, yeah, I'm from Oregon. I mean, I'm from Oregon, and it's honestly great over here. The summers are awesome. Never have crazy winters. We have in the summertime, it's literally like 3 months of like 80-degree weather, like no rain. The only thing we have to deal with is wildfires, which is annoying. I will be right back. But yeah, I'm going to keep talking about my YouTube channel and why I'm continuing it, and why I think everyone should commit for a year before they kind of get glossy eyes and go for something else. Okay, cool. I am back. Yeah, I am from Oregon. It's pretty nice over here. Pretty nice. Like I said, the summers are really good, and yeah. Yeah, I went over it in one of my update video. I think I said like my life fell apart, and now I'm back. Yeah, my dog, she was not even 5 years old actually. She was about to turn 5. And it's actually kind of hard to believe that she's gone still. Like, again, it doesn't even make sense, actually. We suspect that she basically got cancer, she got lymphoma, and, yeah, it was kind of weird. She was acting kind of weird, and my mom kind of kept trying to tell me, like, you know, my mom's a little bit, I kind of think of her a little bit sometimes as like a hypochondriac. Like, I'm like, oh, Mom, you're just worried, it's all good, right? And you know, it wasn't like that for a while, but, you know, she was acting up, you know, for like a week, and kind of felt a little weird, and was acting a little bit weird, and, you know, again, we you know, she wasn't really eating a lot. I remember she wasn't really going to the bathroom on walks, and I thought to myself, like, well, that's kind of odd, right? But, you know, I didn't think much of it, and, you know, then she started to just... You know, her fluid in her belly started to get really big, and then she just started to throw everything up and barely eat anything. And like some days it seems like she was doing better and she would eat, and then she wouldn't. And what was really frustrating is that like we got her on a bunch of medicine after, and she actually started to do better. funny enough, like, and so that's what was so hurtful and so hard about this, is that, you know, she started to do better for a little bit. And, you know, mind you, this is over the course of maybe like 2 or 3 weeks. And, you know, we kind of knew where it was headed. You know, we had an emergency vet doctor who was kind of telling us, like, hey, I see these cases a lot. Like, they're going to seem like they're going to get better. And then they're not, right? And you're going to sit there and you're going to think, like, you know, that they're getting better. But, you know, let's see what happens, you know, in a couple weeks. And, you know, she got better for a few days. And then, yeah, lo and behold, she ended up taking a turn for the worst. And, no. You know, lo and behold, like I said, she started taking a turn for the worst. And, yeah, it sucks. Losing a pet's always terrible. And, yeah. It's kind of hard to believe that she's gone still. It really is.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
She was a very good dog. But yeah, it is what it is, right? I just kind of wish I would have taken her earlier, and you know, there's always kind of guilt and remorse I feel about that, just because it's like, damn, like, should have listened to her. I should have been on top of it. I should have noticed her bathroom habits. But even then, I don't think there was really much use. You know, it's like I don't think that it would have saved her. It probably would have just got her on chemo, and then she would have suffered for longer. But yeah, she was the best dog I could have ever asked for. Like, you know, I have a dog now still, but I'm just like, man, he's a good dog. But like, she was the one, man. She doesn't even compare. And what was really difficult too is like when we went to the vet to put her down, like we had gone to get her belly drained for like 2 days in a row, and so we were gonna go one more time and see if what we could do. I think we kind of knew that like she was not gonna come home, but I think it was the idea that we had hope. But what was really frustrating is that like they took her back to sedate her, and you know, then she got sedated, and like she came back like already super loopy and basically almost looked dead. And like we never really got to say goodbye to, like, I didn't realize, you know, when she left and they took her back, like we weren't gonna see her again, right? And so that's the weird part. It's just like, damn, like, oh man, like it's. So I remind myself with me and you know, whenever I have a bad day now, like I sit here and I just think like, you know what? At least no one died today. You know, it's a good I think moment of gratitude I try to have every day. If I don't have a good day at work or if something's not going right, it's like, dude, nothing is gonna be as bad as that night. Like it was on Mother's Day, you know. Like my mom was supposed to have a great day and had to put down a dog who she kind of viewed as one of her own, right? And that's horrible. In an already crazy year, like my mom this year, like, has gotten evicted from her place because of renovations, and has dealt with a chronic illness. So just like a lot of shit has happened to her, and it's hard to see, you know, anyone to go through. But like I said, you combine all that, and it's like, damn, how much can one person take, you know? But yeah, I'm honestly just trying to use this YouTube channel, you know, as an outlet. Trying to sit here and trying to do something positive with my time and, you know, escape from all that shit. You know, it's been a shitty year, but yeah, it is what it is, right? Shit happens. I'm just glad I'm playing some Black Ops 2, man. It reminds me of the good old days. Reminds me of the good old days. Oh, the breed, sorry, I totally missed that. Yeah, the breed, she was like a little, like, pity kind of mix. It was funny. I always call her kind of like my big dog that was kind of small, because she looked like she was supposed to be a lot bigger than she really was. She was like a little pit bull, but she was only like 40 pounds, and like, yeah. So she was like a little pity kind of bulldog mix. That's what's hard too, is like she was just so unique. She was unique in that she'd always bring me a stick too, or anyone, whenever she got super excited. You know, what was crazy is even in her last days, right, when she had cancer, it was the same thing. You know, I remember her last day, we brought her to the vet later that day to be put down, and I remember her getting a stick. Like, she was her till the very end, you know.
That one hurt our reputation. Reputation.
She would always bring people like a leaf or a stick or a toy whenever they saw her. Or whenever she saw them, right? And yeah, she was great. She was a good dog. But yeah, definitely a moment of gratitude that I try to have with myself. Oh, like, oh, hey, no one died today. Like, you know what? Pretty fucking good day, man. Pretty good day. Can never be as bad as that, right? So, yeah, it's cool you're from Miami, from Florida. I've actually never been there. I've heard good things about it, but you said you're in school. Where do you go to school? Well, actually, you can tell me the state. Sorry, that might be too specific, but yeah, but from Miami, that's cool. Definitely hot there. No, definitely hot and humid. Nice. Some good old online school. That's sick. Oh, wow. Damn. Wow. Yeah, that's actually... Damn. So hopefully you didn't pay... Well, okay. You probably paid a decent amount in tuition, but hopefully not, like, an insane amount, right? I guess I don't know what maybe those two mean, but, like, hopefully you didn't pay, like, more than you should have. I guess I'll say that. Let me do primary gunfighter. I don't even know what to put on here. Quick draw, I guess. Stock. Do I really need stock? Extended barrel? Yeah, I bet Miami's gotten a lot more populated too. I've heard it's become a lot more populated because of like taxes in New York and California, right? A lot of people have gone over to Florida and to Miami specifically. Oh my god, that Ollie guy, 37 kills? Holy shit. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, no, school is like amazing. College is such an amazing thing, but holy crap. College is like, it is not worth it if it's very expensive for you to go. Definitely not. I'm gonna use my MSMC class.
You are cleared for contact.
I kind of want to change it up, man. Maybe I could go back to some MW2, but I don't know. Black Ops 2 is doing well. It seems like people are liking it. So, oh my gosh, I just got destroyed. Oh man, what the fuck? I love this map, but like I also kind of hate how they can go underneath. Wish there was good food open right now. I'm kind of hungry, but... For Masters, definitely got to find a way, because they'd be charging students. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was surprised at how expensive my Masters program was. I felt like most of my loans were taken out for my Masters program. Not my bachelor's. I went to my master's program for a year, right? And I felt like it was more expensive than my 4 years, with including living on campus my freshman year. I mean, my freshman year did get cut by unfortunately by COVID, but I did still end up living in the dorms for 2 months or 2 terms. So. It really sucks when my team is just like complete, like, tomato cans. Oh man, I'm a fucking complete tomato can. No, I mean there's like a one place, but it's like a Mexican food place. I don't know. I'm kind of hungry, but I might just find some at my house. But yeah, no, Oregon is nice. It's very beautiful, and it's nice having 4 seasons. It's nice, our springs are beautiful, our falls are beautiful, and like I said, our summers are probably some of the nicest. I mean, I don't know how it gets better than this. 80 degrees for 3 months. Like, I guess the only better thing would be California, because California, like specifically Southern California, is like that almost all year. No, that's true. There is fast food. I guess stuff that I like want to eat. Fast food is good, but you know what? Actually, I think those restaurants might close by me already by now, because it's 1 a.m. They might already be closed. I'm not sure. I actually should check that out. Oh man. Nah. No humidity. So basically the thing is with Oregon, where I live, right in the Willamette Valley, that's where like the majority of the people live here, is if it's, you know, if it's above, let's say, you know, 40 degrees. Okay, if it's above 60 degrees, it typically will never rain, right? And if it's below 40 degrees, it will never rain as well. Like, it only rains between 40 to 60 degrees. It typically is only humid during those times too, so it's never hot and humid. And because it doesn't really rain when it gets that cold, we don't really ever have crazy winter storms either. I know Miami, you're probably not going to have that, but I know in the Midwest that can be a big thing. But yeah, that's nice. Man, we're getting destroyed this game, man. This is not... I am going to China though, potentially for my job. I think I mentioned that to you. I'm not sure if you can't remember if I did or not, but yeah, I might go to China for my job, and so it's only going to be in a couple weeks. I know it's a little bit more hot and humid there. Be right outside of Shanghai where I'm going, so that'd be fun. I'll have to stream and plan some videos out in advance. Okay, I need to use an assault rifle, I think, because I'm just getting absolutely destroyed. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna be there for probably like 2 weeks. Probably like 12 days. So I'll work 2 full weeks there. Probably leave on like a Saturday or Sunday and then come back on like a Friday or something. Almost 2 full weeks, so that'd be cool. It'll be weird though, because YouTube is banned there, and so that's like, I don't know how it's gonna work. Like, I'd like to get on YouTube at least to watch YouTube videos, right? But I know, communism, right? The AI is gonna take over our fucking country next too, and I was talking about that earlier about the communist state. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of weird not having YouTube and not having like certain apps that I have here. I'm gonna have to get a VPN and what the fuck? Look at this! Look at this playstyle! Oh my goodness!
Objective parameters failed. We're bringing you home.
What the fuck? That guy jumped in front of that guy. Yeah, I'll probably stream for like another... I kind of want to go for another hour, but we'll see. Yeah, right now she's just a stay-at-home mom. But before that she was a bartender, and she actually got a degree in psychology, and that's kind of one of those things why I talk about, like, because thankfully for her she didn't go that much into debt, but she doesn't use her degree right now. And she's the type of person who or did the type of degree where she's probably going to have to sit here and go and get an advanced degree in order to even use it, which is just crazy to me, right? And, you know, but for her, it's like, you know, I don't think she knew that. I think she just studied something she was interested in, and she had pressure from her parents, and so she did it. And now she doesn't really use it, and so it's it's kind of like, damn. Like, thankfully she didn't go to like a private university. Thankfully she's not like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, right? She's in a reasonable amount of debt. Where, you know, whether she sits here and uses it is, you know, it's not super relevant. It's good to have a degree, I think, sometimes, but she didn't need it. Would have been better not to go, but I guess she always has that option later. Yeah, it's psychology. Like, in psychology, you kind of have to do it. You have to get a master's at least to go be a counselor and whatnot. No, yeah, she definitely was pressured. She definitely was pressured by her parents, for sure, to go. Like, it's not even like she didn't have a plan. Like, she knew she liked psychology, right? And, like, she did a good job and got good grades and was successful with it. But I think just, like, the idea of the fact that neither of them graduated with a degree, and, you know, and her dad, I think, ended up quitting college. And so he kind of, I think it was a little bit of pressure from him, right? To sit there and to fulfill the dreams that he had, and he regretted maybe not, you know, kind of emphasized, well, he's lucky that, you know, he got as good a job as he did, and yeah. Hey, Neon, yeah, what's up, man? I didn't know you were still playing, or you were still here, man. Appreciate you for checking in, man, and good night. I'll see you next week, hopefully, man. Hope you enjoyed. I think you're playing Minecraft or Fortnite, man. I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for joining and chatting as usual. I feel like my thumbs are gonna get like sore tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, you know, and I don't know if she, you know, I don't know if it was something that was kind of mentioned and then she just kind of took it to the extreme or what. But yeah, from my understanding, she kind of got pressured into it, right? And they really wanted her to go to college, and so she felt that pressure. But yeah, for me, like, you know, I don't want to ever have anyone feel pressure from me to go. That is not my goal in life.
I'm out.
And I just think too many people listen to the pressure of other people. Like, you know, they're not going to be the ones paying the debt back, right? And actually, to his credit, her dad did give her some money to kind of help pay the degree back. I mean, she was only like 25 grand in debt, so that really isn't a ton, right? The fact that the average debt is like 40 grand, like, she made it out less than average, right? Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, degrees didn't matter as much back then. I think that was kind of his emphasis, right? Was like, hey, I got it. I got lucky, though. Like, degrees weren't as important for me. And, like, you should be aware. It's like, I understand where he's coming from, but it's like, yeah, but if she's not interested in getting a degree, or she can be a bartender, she might as well save the money, right? Like, being a bartender is not a bad job at all. I think there's this idea, though, of, like, career, right? And, like, you have to have a career, like a corporate career. It's like, yeah, but, like, dude, that I have a career and it kind of fucking sucks, dude. like, I have a career. I can tell you it kind of sucks. So, like, I don't think everyone needs a career. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, respect her decision, and like, dude, you're fucking, you know, you're old school. I get it. Like, but the world is different, right? Like, you can sit here and you can have people not get degrees and still be successful. You can be an entrepreneur. You can, you know, and you could do that back then, but you could do it now still, right? You don't need to sit here and have it be so black and white. You don't need to get a degree to be successful. And I think a lot of people shouldn't do it. A lot of people should not. And
be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Yeah, absolutely not. Careers, like, again, they're good, but it's like me. I want to sit there and work a career or work a 9 to 5 in my 20s and midway through my 30s, and then once I get to 35, really sit there and be like, huh, is this what I want? You right? Is this what I want for the rest of my life? Like, yeah, it's just... Wait, I thought I saw earlier, maybe I'm tripping. I thought I saw earlier that you said something about being a big sister. Am I tripping out? Because I was actually just going to ask you, like, if you felt, I mean, regardless if you're a girl or guy, you can say whatever, but I was thinking if you were a girl, like, do you feel any sort of, like, I don't know, like, do you feel any pressure or any, like, discrimination about going to college and about, I mean, obviously that stuff's, I mean, the U.S. is, like, way more chill now, but the thing I've noticed a lot in my company and a lot of places is that, like, a lot of women in, like, Europe and other places work, right? But, like, in the U.S., I feel like we have this idea where, like, women shouldn't work, right? And it's, like, not good for them to work. So I thought you were saying something. I thought you were saying something that you were a girl and, like, you were going into finance, because that could be even bigger too, right? I mean, if you're a guy, or, like, I'm assuming there's no discrimination, but you know how the world works.
Don't stop until they're all
Yeah,
dead.
exactly. Coming for a better life, and yeah, exactly.
Explosive out!
Yeah, that's something I've noticed, like, because my company does have places in Europe, and, like, a lot of the times, like, there's a lot of managers and a lot of women who work there, but in the U.S., like, we don't have a lot of women at our facility, and we don't have a lot of women in general. I just didn't know if you were, that was something that you felt pressure about, or kind of what the deal was, because, yeah, I don't know.
Taking the advantage.
Oh, man, that is unfortunate.
The advantage.
Yeah, nursing? Yeah, what made you change from nursing to finance? Oh man. Dude, the snipers in this game are so good. Yeah, I definitely think nursing, that is a degree where, like, I actually don't know how much money it would be, but, like, bro, nursing's, they make a lot of fucking money. Make a lot of money, they're always in demand.
Topping target!
My mom's a
Stand
nurse.
by.
Bro, this guy teabagged me? Fuck that guy. No, that is true. A lot of stress in the medical field, a lot of stress in nursing, a lot of pressure.
Hostile UAV.
Sorry about that, I hit the mic. But yeah, no, it definitely a lot of stress and pressure for sure. And I think a lot of times too, it's maybe not exactly what it seems. I think it may seem like a little bit more prestigious and better, you know, than it really is. Sometimes I just know that it is one of those jobs where with AI, like, may not be as replaceable. And
Sniper system!
oh man, okay, so there's two guys just fucking sitting over here.
Kill confirmed. Sniper's down! Move up! Sniper, get down! That's a kill.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming.
Brother.
Concussion out! Grenade, move!
Yeah, exactly. If you're the first one to go, yeah, for sure. Yep, 100%. 100%. If you're the first to go and you're from an immigrant family, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Work-life balance and no burnout. Yeah, finance is always interesting things, I think. And yeah, I think with nursing, like, I mean, you could do a few things. You could work in a nursing home, which I think can become incredibly repetitive and incredibly, you know, almost sad too, seeing people end their lives and seeing people pass away, right? And of course you might see that in a hospital as well, but yeah, I've heard that nursing can be incredibly emotionally draining, and you know, obviously you know, can make a great income from it.
Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
But you know, income's not everything, right?
Target down.
Unfortunately, my team kind of sucks. They're all negative, huh?
Hostile lightning strike inbound. Hostile UAV
Yeah,
above.
no, that's fair. Yeah, that's being the first, or I mean, even just being someone in a family. What might be even worse is if you're in a family where a lot of the people are already successful, or they've already gone to college, and then it's like the pressure of having to go yourself, even though maybe you don't want to. It's like,
Hostile counter UAV above. Radar is down.
okay.
This is it. Pick it up.
Snipers down. Move up.
I think I might honestly hop off after the damn 5-hour stream, bro. I think I might hop off after this game. I'm actually getting a little bit tired. Ah, damn. Yeah, nurse or lawyer, engineer, mainly medical. Yeah, no, that's medical field is great. It's AI. I wouldn't say it's exactly AI proof, especially if you're like a surgeon or like. I mean, I could see those potentially being at some point replaced by AI, but for the most part, like, again, if you're not comfortable going on a plane that's flown by an AI pilot, like, you know, you're probably not going to want an AI brain surgeon, right? But at some point, it's going to be something that I'm sure we as a public normalize more. Oh well, unfortunate. Yeah, my team, everyone went negative, huh? I'll see what the next map is, but I think I'll think that might have been my last one, but maybe we'll jump into one more. Can't wait to work on that video tomorrow, man. The debt bomb and the U.S. debt problem. Talk about, you know, the finance implications of that. Talk about, you know, all that stuff. And then sit here and okay, Nuketown. I gotta play Nuketown, right? And then wait, what? Oh, Overkill. That's why I'm so confused. I actually really want to. I'm trying to think of the gun. It's kind of crazy. This is such an amazing game because like every single gun in this game is usable. Like every single gun is so balanced. I don't know if there's a bad one in this game. I actually love this gun. Giving like extended mag, long barrel, rapid fire. That could be good. Yeah, no, that'd be sick. Well, and I'm on Xbox, and so I don't know if it's actually crossplay. Wait, but you said so why don't you have your thing? Because you said you're in online school, right? You just have your account, like you just give it away, or like you just don't have one anymore, or?
Good news.
I think I maybe missed that part.
It's go time.
Gotta combat. Stitched him up.
Yeah, I remember this gun was like kind of nuts.
Taking the advantage.
Threat down. Eyes on enemy. That's another kill.
Look, always the burst weapons are so good. Ah, I gave it away. Yeah, I wish I had a PlayStation because, like I said, they came out with the ports, and the ports like literally had millions of players online, right? This was not like they came out and all the DLCs were free on PlayStation 5. I just don't know why they didn't do that on Xbox. That's very puzzling, right? Because they charged them money for it. I guess it was because like Xbox, it's backwards compatible, maybe. Like I don't know, like, but obviously backwards compatible is not the same as what they did with the port. I mean, the port, they like updated the servers, they made all the DLCs free. They sat there and they did that for Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, which is awesome, right? Imagine all those zombie games and all that. Like, that's such a sick thing to do. In this game, in this console, dude, it's still like $60 for all that stuff. I honestly was thinking about even getting a PlayStation 5. I'm definitely not going to do that because the PlayStation 5... God, you want to talk about inflation? You want to talk about... like things that are more expensive, dude. The fucking PlayStation 5 is like $900. Like I looked at Costco. I thought was supposed to have good deals, dude. It's like $900. It's insane. It's for the best though. Yeah, you're a big gamer. I think you mentioned that. Yeah, that you game quite a bit actually.
Friendly hunter-killer drone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you still live at home, or do you still like, or do you live? I guess, are you in school full time, or are you doing anything for work, or? I'm pretty sure it's like $900. Again, it might be like a Costco bundle, so it may be like, again, there may be a game in there or something. I legitimately thought that it was like $900. I'm not even kidding. You know what I forgot to do this stream? I forgot to do a tier list. Next time will do that. I actually plan to stream for my birthday. Probably not for 5 hours, but I'm probably going to stream on Tuesday as well. Maybe I'll mention that in my video. Hopefully I post on Sunday or something. It's like $500 to $600. Really? Let me see. Costco PS5. Really? At Costco, I thought it was like $900. Maybe I'm tripping out. I totally thought I went in store a couple days ago and I saw that.
Hostile UAV above.
Okay, then I don't know. Okay, yeah. So the Costco one, it's $700 for the PS5 Slim. Okay, yeah, maybe. Okay, I was talking out of my ass, I guess. I could have sworn... Oh, wow. Connection interrupted. I thought so, though. I don't know. Okay. So it was $700 at Costco, then. I could have sworn that it was more than that, but I'm glad to be wrong. I gotta tell you, I'm very happy that I'm wrong. I'm gonna do long barrel. I'm gonna do stock. Probably do extended mag. No, they're definitely still taxing. That's crazy. 700 is way too much. I think that was for the PS5 Slim. So I don't know, man. The normal one might be even more, but I got no idea. Yeah, I want to play one more game of Nuketown, and then I'll probably get off after that. Oh yeah, they made all these free too for the personalization packs, I think, too, for PlayStation. Whoa, that's kind of cool.
Team deathmatch.
Yeah, 700 is way too much for that. The Xbox too, like, man, those are expensive, and just, yeah, it's just crazy. I remember when those things were like $500, and they're definitely more than 500 now. But okay, this feels way better than the attachments I had on before. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. It's actually kind of wild to just see like how fast, like, I actually really like the game Cold War, Black Ops Cold War, but it's just kind of insane like how fast that gameplay is compared to this.
Sticky.
Any goals do I have for the next year? Yeah, so I would say by the end of this year, I would love to hit like $125,000 invested. That is going to be a big task. I'm currently at like 107-ish. I might have went down actually a little bit since my video, but I think I'm around like 107, 105. So I have to get 20,000 more by the end of the year. I'm probably not going to do that. That's probably not going to happen, but that'd be pretty cool if it did. That I would love to grow this YouTube channel. I think having 1,000 subs would be sick. Being monetized would be pretty cool. Those would be some goals that I have. Yeah, I think those are some pretty cool goals. I like to continue saving for a house too. I don't really know if I have the exact like, number on it, what I would want to see, but oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I mean I'd love to have a. What the fuck? You see that? Huh. Yeah, 125k would be sick, and then yeah, that's the big thing. I would love to hit 1,000 subs on YouTube. Sit here and be monetized because they're gonna change the monetization at the beginning of next year, where it's gonna become a lot harder. So you have to have 8,000 watch hours instead of 4,000. Which, you know, again, if I have a video that pops off, it doesn't really matter. Like 8,000 watch hours is. You know, once you get going, like that's not something that's necessarily super difficult to get, but I would prefer to get it, you know, when it's easier. The problem is I only have like 5 months to do it. You know, obviously I would have loved to have, you know, 3 extra months, but you know, like I said, my dog passed away and I needed to take a break, you know. It was not a good idea to push through that, so. But yeah, I like this niche, man. I like it's a proven niche, and so I think there's definitely enough, you know, subs to get. Just have to have a video do very well, and so I'm gonna have to maybe think of some outside the box topics where I sit here and I really, you know, think about how to get some, you know, videos that I think that are interesting, but I also think a lot of other people are gonna find very interesting too. I think that's the name of the game. Who the hell uses reflex on the Remington?
Counter UAV inbound. Friendly UAV.
That's the big reason why I'm gonna continue to stream too, because you know, if I sit there and I get monetized, it's kind of mutually beneficial, right? I sit there and I start. I mean, I'm trying to make the best content I can, but it's also like there's so much more of a built-in structure to like, you know, really try to continue to pump out content and really try to be, you know, the monetization again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a nice perk, right? It's nice to be able to put in this time and have the capability of being able to expand my channel, being able to, you know, add more things and, you know, maybe do giveaways or maybe, but I don't want to spend much time on it.
Care package on standby.
Oh man, I hate LMGs in this game so much.
Care package inbound.
I kind of want to play some zombies, but
Counter UAV on standby.
what the fuck? How the fuck did that guy die?
On your feet.
Oh man, see, this gun kind of sucks, dude. I remember using this like one time, like years ago, and I thought it was really good. All right. Yeah, I might have to do some brainless stuff. I think I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna see about if there's, well, I actually don't think there's gonna be anyone on zombies, but we'll see. Shows or movies, you know, I don't watch too many shows or movies. I watch some sports if it's on. Let me see. Town survival. Oh wow, there's still, wow, there is people playing. Yeah, I've watched, I'm trying to think actually, what are the shows that I have been watching? I went on like a classic movies kind of kick. Like I watched No Country for Old Men. I watched Seven. I watched a lot of movies like that in the last few months. The Departed. Like I like movies. I watched some Christopher Nolan movies. The Odyssey was really good. Inception, Interstellar. I mean, I've seen those movies before, but I've rewatched them recently. And then in terms of shows, like a lot of people love anime. I've never really gotten into anime, although I heard it's really good. Yeah, with Marvel, you know, I like Marvel. I haven't really watched a Marvel movie though since like Endgame. Actually, maybe since Spider-Man, not the newest one, but the one before that. I'm actually like kind of surprised I can't find a game. It keeps saying checking for match, but it's not. I don't understand. I wonder, can I find a game in Oh wow, there are people playing. Okay, most of the people are in town and most of them are in survival. Yeah, what about you? What do you Oh, okay, cool. Oh wow, this guy's double shot. Oh my god, this guy's, bro, it's just gonna be me and you. Okay, hang on. Let me wait for one other person. Okay, hang on. It's gonna bug out. Yeah, the Spider-Man franchise is good. I definitely enjoyed watching that. No, like, I don't mind playing with this guy, but I want to sit there and I want to fucking play with one more. Maybe he's been searching for a while. Okay, he left. That's unfortunate. Yeah, what about you? What do you like? Alright, well, if I can't find a lobby, I don't think this guy likes me very much. Yeah, what animes do you watch? I've heard those are nice. I'm really surprised that there's not more people. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I think I'm gonna call it there. Yeah, let me know what anime you watch, and then I think maybe I'll watch one of your recommendations. JoJo Bizarre Adventure Naruto. Yeah, I've heard Naruto and Jujutsu Kaisen are really good. I've heard those from my friends. I gotta check them out. Yeah, those are some good recommendations. Yeah, I appreciate you for checking out, watching the stream, and being so active. Yeah, I will check those out. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream there. Man, I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. I'm pretty tired. But yeah, I'm gonna be streaming again on Tuesday, so only a couple days between now and my next stream. Maybe I'll try to stream twice a week as well. Maybe I'll try to do, you know, a super long Friday stream and then do a more short, you know, Tuesday stream. That could be interesting. But yeah, dude, it's been amazing. Yeah, thanks for checking it out. Thanks for yeah, subscribe if you're new, and I'll be posting new videos this week about finance and life, and yeah, it's gonna be great. So I really appreciate you for tuning in. Your questions and comments were perfect. They made this stream for me. They were great. Yeah, Neon is normally the one who talks a lot, and he's great too. And I'm really glad that you joined. It was an amazing stream. I'm really happy I did it, and I definitely got through the segments I think I wanted to. I think you did a great job helping me get through everything and asking questions. I think I'll do some more tier lists in my next stream, and yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be great. Cool. All right, appreciate you guys for checking it out, and yeah, make sure to subscribe and stick around if you want some videos on my channel. But yeah, I hope you have a good night, and thanks for checking out.